Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. Present.
Here.
Bill Hogan.
Here.
Dean Arnold.
Here.
Allison Sarah.
Here.
Madam Chair, that's. Also present.
Thank you. Do I have a motion regarding the commission meeting minutes of August 5th? Moved by
Second.
Commissioner McPherson,
Second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Special announcements, personal privilege.
We need to drop the-
Oh, I think I better get my glasses out. Do I have a motion regarding the agenda?
Motion.
Moved by Commissioner Hogan,
Second.
second by Commissioner McPherson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Special announcements, personal privilege.
Here.
Yes, Commissioner McPherson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not too long ago, I picked up my edition of the Marksville Weekly News. And I saw that a frequent attender of our meetings had been recognized, and with his presence here today, I wanted to do that publicly. Mr. Ronald Coco was recognized as an outstanding volunteer in hunter education, 20 years, and literally thousands of students who've obtained their hunter education. And that's just a small part of what Ronald participates in. I'm a member of the Boyles Wildlife Federation, as he is, and that group does a lot of outstanding things working with youth in various ways and all. And Ronald, and that you're here today and you hadn't had that public recognition that we all think you very much deserve. If you'd stand up, we'd like to give you a round of applause. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other personal privilege? It's listed as item number 7, discussion on seafood industry support following Hurricane Ida. I received many phone calls, emails, text messages from folks looking to get assistance, which they understood was coming through Wildlife and Fisheries for generators. It's still rather unclear to me who the assistance was coming from, but Wildlife and Fisheries, as I understand it, had some part in determining who got what. It was not a transparent process, and folks who needed assistance were not getting it and did not get it. And I am at a loss as to what the criteria were. And specifically, I'm talking about people who were capable of making ice to support the commercial fishermen. People who were capable of doing that and had been in business a long time were not contacted and were completely bypassed. So I would like someone to explain how that worked, how the decisions were made, because I don't believe that choosing who gets what based upon who knows who is the proper way to go about it. And I don't know whether, Mr. Secretary, you want to address that, or Mr.
Yes,
Banks?
yes, I certainly will. As any emergency arises, certainly you're going to have some people that are going to be happy with what you're trying to do and some that are not going to be happy, Madam Chairman. The thing of this is the seafood injury assistance that we put together was a joint effort between LWF, the University of Louisiana, Lafayette, who does a lot of seafood work with a lot of the seafood processors and the fishermen, and Louisiana Sea Grant. The goal was to set up ice supply in strategic locations to provide free ice to the seafood industry and the surrounding community. The location recon field evaluations were done by Sea Grant, recommended one location in each general area that had the best chance of getting up and running with help. The site determination, the locations, one site in each general area of high seafood industry activity: Lafitte, Grand Isle, Leeville, Cocodrie, Dulac, Dularge. Lafitte and Leeville determined to be too damaged to be able to help during the initial phase of this effort. We had a priority 1 and a priority 2 list. Located where facilities could accommodate as many vessels as possible. And another factor was the facility damage, the one site in each general area with the least damage, making it the easiest to get up and going with the generator and water supply, and who had ice making capacity and able to at least produce 20 tons of ice per day, but the more the better. Agreement for free ice: the facilities had to agree to provide ice to the vessels and surrounding community for free. The overarching goal was to provide a source of ice to the industry and surrounding community to help vessels get back to work and help community recover. We did not have the financial means to help every seafood dock. So 1 per general area was chosen based on the above criteria. No plan in an emergency is perfect, but attempting to help the seafood community is a noble cause. We had the limited resources to help, and we decided to help despite knowing that we would get complaints from people in the very industry we were trying to help. You can't please everybody all the time. Following ice plant assistance, attempted to provide at least a generator to cold storage facilities and select docks that service certain industries, like the crab dock in Dulac. And the funding source was from GOSEP, and we received private donations of $250,000 to help us accomplish that, which was channeled through the Louisiana Fisheries Foundation. Again, we didn't have the financial assistance to help everybody. And we put a team together to look at that, because I can assure you some of those places that were chosen, if I had the right to choose them, which I probably do with the private donations I had, I chose not to do that. I took the recommendations from the group of people who put this together for me, and we moved forward. And make no mistake, I knew we were going to get criticized for this, but doing nothing was not an option. And we moved forward to help the industry try to get back on their feet, Madam Chairman.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. One thing I was, 2 issues. One, the feasibility of it economically, as opposed to just sending down some 18-wheelers with ice. I don't know, what if one of those generator units, assume those are leased?
We put the generators on the ground with the understanding that as soon as they got electricity, those generators would be relocated to the priority list as we go.
But I'm asking, are those leased units?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the day rate on one?
Well, it depends on the size that the facility needed, but they ranged anywhere from 4,000 to 9,000 a week.
We put generators in places that didn't have water yet. Then we had to get water purification equipment. So the economic feasibility of it was a concern to me. But most important, the guy, as I understand it, on the ground, making these recommendations as to who got what, did not contact the potential providers. He should at least have contacted each and every individual who had the potential to provide ice or who wanted a generator. Instead, he picked and chose without even contacting the folks. At least they should have known, look, we're in the process. He should have had the decency to reach out to each one of them. And that wasn't done. And it's amazing if you go through who his Facebook friends are, and you correlate that to who got generators, it's interesting. He should have contacted the people in the industry who had been making ice or who were capable of making ice. He should have let folks know, look, we know you're out there. We only have a certain amount. I know you can't help everybody, but there should have been some transparency in the process. That's what I have to say on it,
Well,
Mr.
I have to
Secretary.
respectfully disagree with you. You know, Monday morning quarterbacks, I've won every game that I've lost over the weekend on Monday morning. And this is a typical case of a Monday morning quarterbacking. If you're going to do that to me, then the next time, maybe what I'm going to do is sit in my office and do nothing. And I don't want to do that. And I will not do that because I'm afraid of getting criticized now.
There is no excuse for not having contacted all of the ice plants to find out if they were capable of being in operation, Mr. Secretary. There's no excuse for that.
The accusations that you're saying is that there were favorites chosen, and I can assure you that I know of at least two cases that were where places were stood up that are certainly not my favorites. I've not
I
had very
don't
good
think you
dealings
made the
with two
choice.
of these.
My understanding is, I'm not saying y'all made the choices.
We,
I'm
we,
saying they were given to you by an individual who is not
so you're
affiliated with
lodging
the
a lot
department.
you're lodging a lot of accusations at a very respected group of individuals who have been working in the coastal area for decades and decades. And I can assure you that what I know about that in that organization, they have a high level of integrity. They did the best that they could under the emergency situation that we were in. I don't know whether they contacted every single person down there. I'm not so sure that that was even possible under the circumstances just a few days after the storm. I don't know. But they did the best they could under the situations they were under. They provided us with a list of all of the different seafood docks with the levels of damage, which ones they felt like we could stand up the quickest that could start producing ice. And so then we made those decisions to put the assets where they were. I'm really concerned about the level of accusation you're lodging against a group of people who were, in all honesty, trying to do the best that they could under the circumstances.
There is no excuse for not having contacted the different individuals out there. There are people, there are folks who, one of them called me this morning to reiterate how unhappy he was with the process. And he's one of the, probably the largest player in the industry. I stand by what I say, what I've said. Hopefully, if there is a next time, everyone will feel like they were at least part of the process. Doesn't mean everybody gets a generator. I would never have called up and said, hey, so-and-so needs a generator. All I wanted was for the folks to be contacted and for it to be transparent and seem fair.
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Sinceri.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I wanted to ask a question of the department regarding disaster assistance following the Hurricane Ida, and if we're going to move forward with trying to put together a disaster assistance plan so that we can work toward making that happen for people in the commercial fishing.
My staff's on that, and we're working to put that package together. A disaster declaration has to be done first, and I think the governor either did it or is in the process of requesting a fisheries disaster.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure that was going on because I think that's going to be important as we move forward.
Actually, Commissioner, we've been working with LED and Louisiana Workforce to help them put their information together that's going to be necessary to present for that particular assistance. Okay, so we're ahead of the game on that by reaching out to the people and telling them, look, you got to put this kind of information together in order to apply for this.
Yeah, one other thing, I had the opportunity a while back to review a plan put together by the emergency management guy in Terrebonne Parish. I know y'all do a lot of planning, but to have some kind of manual so that in an emergency situation, if we have the funding, these are the steps we follow. Obviously, for commercial fishermen, we know some of the things they're gonna need. And folks could say, if we're doing this in advance, not the day after a hurricane, we could say, okay, these are all the ice plants. These are all the cold storage facilities. And we could have the names and the contact numbers. People could either reach out to them or they could call in and we could identify what's operational and what's not.
That there is a plan being worked on by ULL to do such thing, to identify all the locations, all the owners, all the facilities, what the facilities contain, what they can produce. And that's being developed as we speak. The ULL has been tasked with that, just like during an emergency, they've been tasked with identifying service stations that need generators to produce fuel, to provide fuel to the communities in strategic locations. So they're working on those two plans to have something in place that will certainly give us all of that information.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Secretary.
Chair.
Yes. Good. Who's? Commissioner McPherson.
Mr. Secretary, just as part of that process, just listening to this very entertaining debate. I ain't had that much fun since I hogs ate my little brother.
So silly.
But when you're talking to ULL, it would make sense, that if you came up with something, they call them disasters for a reason. And they're never exactly the same. Everybody's impacted differently. These are becoming more frequent. They're becoming more destructive. But instead of having to put somebody on the ground to go out and do all these surveys, if you determine who all has certain capacities to support the industry, whatever that would be, ice, cold storage, whatever else it takes. If they were notified when there's not a storm, when there's not a disaster just took place, and they know if you have certain capacities, if you can check off box 1, if you can check off box 2, if you can check off box 3. I don't have electricity, but I do have water, whatever it is. And they would send that in to a central location, whether it be GOSEP or ULL or whoever would be the one, but we'd be prepared before the disaster hit. And if instead of somebody having to go out and do these assessments, they could do self-reporting. I'm interested, I'm still up. I have the capacity to to support the industry if I had the availability of these things to help me accomplish that. Just a suggestion.
Commissioner
Madam
Blanchard.
Chairman, and Secretary Monisset, you know, just to clear maybe the air, and look, I've had just as many phone calls as what Chairman Smithco has had on this situation right here. I've been in it many a times throughout my career right here. And the industry, what industry folks in the seafood industry are more upset about than anything, it's not that the wildlife and fisheries don't try to help or anything. It's where the information is coming from. And the information that's being given to the wildlife and fisheries is not coming from the actual people themselves or the source. And from what I understand, you know, a lot of the information is coming from NOAA and the Sea Grant people. And the NOAA and the Sea Grant people that we have that's representing us in the state right now, they, I guess for the last 20 years on, you know, natural disasters that has occurred, this group of individuals that's in that position, truly, they have their own set agenda of who they want to give information to and who they don't. The information that's given through the federal agencies comes down, and a lot of people that's in the seafood industry get that information last hand before certain individuals get it. They seem to know about it faster than anybody else in the industry. And what industry is the same people that get it, same people over and over and over again. And what industry is trying to figure out is how in the world these people get it and nobody else has the opportunity to even offer, you know, right there. And, you know, look, I fought it, and, you know, I don't know what to do, you know, right there. You know, I got 2 shrimp processing plants that's down on the ground. It's going to take $5-6 million to repair them if I choose to repair them, you know, right there. I got ice houses that's up and running. Years ago, I had an ice house that was for Hurricane, I think it was Hurricane Andrew there when Kathleen Blanco was governor right there. First thing she said, if we can get power to your ice house, you gonna give ice away? I said, if you can get power to that ice house, I'll give ice until I can't, you tell me to stop and then I'll stop. And we did. She brought power to that facility, and, you know, we ended up having ice, and we gave ice for 3 months before she told me, okay, enough is enough, you know, right there. And which is fine. I appreciate, you know, everything we do, but, you know, we have to have a process, because like what my shrimp plant is that got destroyed, we got an ice house that's there. And I know this guy was never offered, and he's got a 50-ton ice house, and he could have had his ice house up and running in the Chauvin area, giving ice. And we don't even have a facility in Chauvin that was giving ice. They had to truck ice into Chauvin, and we could have got that ice, you know, on that facility, you know, with a generator. And this guy, he had water that he could have done, you know, with. So it's not nothing against the department. It's the way that it's handled, and why the same people get, I guess, preferential first instead of someone else, you know, getting it. And it's not just in this situation. I can name you the last 15 or 20 of them, disasters that we've had, you know, right there. And even today, I look at different situations and say, okay, what can I do to help? What can I do to do it? But, you know, it just seems like it's more politics involved than the actual process. But, you know, there again, you know, that's what my phone calls is. People are just angry that they want to get to the bottom of it. They want to know why why these certain individuals get this stuff first, right there. How they know about it first, right there. And it just goes on and on, right there. And it's kind of an economic disadvantage to the rest of the industry because these people get it first, right there. And it's not just in our area, it's in different areas. It's like it's traveled, right there. And, I know in the Dulac area, I was told I don't have it, but they say they got proof that they were supposed to be giving ice away. This and ice went up from $15 a block to $19 a block the minute the storm started. So I don't know about that. That's what they're telling me, right there. And instead of giving ice, they were selling ice. So and I don't have no proof on this. This is just word of mouth that's telling me, this. So I'm in the hot seat just like everybody else, with this word of mouth stuff. But it really needs to be we need to get a protocol, I guess, set up for any type of natural disaster, whether it's a hurricane or just a BPL spill or whatever, and have some type of protocol that this department follows through on that protocol and get with the right people and not just with the feds that don't really know everything that's going on. Right there. They don't live in this situation, the feds, and those that we think represent us. They don't have processing plants. They don't have boats. They're not oyster fishermen. They're not crab fishermen. They're not fish fishermen, and, I can go on, the recreational sector has the same problem, right there, in our area, because I hear it from all of them, so other than that, that's my piece, and I just hope that we can make a better plan for the future. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Sincere.
Madam Chairperson, if I may, I want to ask just a couple of questions if I can. If you could, I don't know if any of this, because it seems like this has to do with ice and power. Was any of this ice used to help the community besides for seafood? I'm just asking the question.
I don't know.
Yes, sir. That was the goal of setting up an ice plant, was to give away ice for free to the vessels who could work, as well as the larger community who needed ice. That was the instructions to the 3 places that got help with the water. And they had to all agree in writing to do that. And part of what they did was, until we got that water system set up, they were buying ice themselves. And so that ice they were selling. But once the water system got set up to provide water so that they could make ice using that donated asset, then they had to agree to give away ice. And so there were a lot of questions about, oh, well, they're selling ice. Well, that was at a time when they didn't have that public asset providing the water for them. They were buying that ice themselves and trucking it in from places like Biloxi, from what I was told by the company. And so at that time, there were some ice being sold right after the storm. But once that public asset was starting to be used, they were required to give away the ice for free, not just to the fishermen, but to the larger community.
Okay, that was the first question. Second one, I don't know how quickly y'all guys could put together just the landing information, through trip tickets, what was actually done between maybe like Morgan City and Pearl River, as far as seafood landings go. But it would be interesting just to see what was landed where and all of that kind of stuff, because it would give us a basis as to what happens following a disaster like this and how it affects the communities in which the landings, the people are actually able to work and stuff like that. I mean, I more so have seen it, not so much from this particular storm, but I know what happened on the eastern side of the state as for the industry that I'm in. And Katrina, I have a good idea because I went through that whole thing, and I remember Andrew and what happened all during that incident. This is new, and I think this information could be helpful to us in the future to help the department and the commission that is there in the future to determine how best to put the plan together. Thank you. Madam
Thank you.
Chairperson.
I know I don't want to really belabor the point. One thing to point out, you're talking about the use of the public asset. Well, if you're using a $9,000 a week generator to keep your purchased ice frozen and run your entire operation, and you're selling the ice, that's still the use of the public asset. Lastly, I know, Mr. Secretary, you seem to have taken umbrage at my comments and my feelings on this issue, which I believe were mirrored by Commissioner Blanchard, because I think we're kind of on the ground on this issue. I am not faulting the department's willingness to help those fishermen impacted. What I am faulting, and I don't need to mince words. It's, I believe his name's Mr. Email with Sea Grant for not doing the job he was tasked with in the way that I think it should have been done, which would have given transparency to the process and would have made the dock owners, the ice plant owners, the fishermen feel like things were done fairly. People just need to know that they're in the running. That's all. But a lot of folks were not in the running and were not contacted. I am not blaming the department. I believe with some foresight and planning next time around, it can be a much better process. We certainly don't want there to be a next time, but given our location, we know there will be. And I know the fishermen appreciate everything that the department does to try and assist them in these disaster situations. And I don't have a problem saying who I'm unhappy with and who I think dropped the ball. I don't need to beat around the bush. Thank you, and let's move on to something much more pleasant. And that would be to recognize Lieutenant Chad Watts as the 2020 Waterfowl Officer of the Year. Major Owens.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Commission members. I'm honored to be here this morning to represent the Enforcement Division with the presentation of the 2020 Waterfowl Enforcement Officer of the Year. This is a special award for Enforcement Division. Waterfowl enforcement is a very learned trait, and it's special to a lot of us. As you mentioned, Lieutenant Watts, he's from our Region 3 Pineville office, and the Catahoula Lake area is one of his primary areas of work. At the time of this award last year, he was a sergeant, he was a field agent, and he represented our state as our top waterfowl officer of the year. Since that time, Lieutenant Watts has been promoted to lieutenant, and he supervises that area now, and he continues to do an excellent job at training our younger agents in the same manner that he's carried himself. And so we're very proud of that, and I'm honored today to represent the department and present this award to Lieutenant Chad Watts.
Thank you. And thank you, Lieutenant.
Point of correction, Madam Chair, Major, that's the Little River Overflow Basin. Now, thanks to our Supreme Court.
That is correct.
Major Skinner, the enforcement report, sir.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission.
Morning, sir.
It's been a moment. We got a few things to go over, but I will, as usual, I will try to be as brief as possible. For August, we had 12 boating incidents, 4 injuries and 0 fatalities. For September, we had 10 incidents, 4 injuries, and unfortunately, a fatality. For August, we had 464 written citations, 381 written warnings, and 19 public assists. For September, we had 313 written citations, 167 written warnings, and another 19 public assists. I have a few synopsises from some of the cases that we made in August. Enforcement agents arrested a Karen Crow man for felony hit and run, careless operation of a vessel, and negligent injury in connection with a boating incident that occurred on False River in Point Coupee Parish. While investigating a boating incident on the south end of False River, agents learned that the subject was operating a vessel when he collided with 3 juveniles being pulled on a tube from another vessel. According to witnesses, the subject initially jumped in the water to check on the juveniles, but then got back in his boat and left the scene to go back to his camp on False River and then home to Karen Crow. One of the juveniles suffered a fractured pelvis and had to be airlifted to a hospital. Felony hit and run brings a fine up to $5,000 in jail, a $5,000 fine and 10 years in jail. Negligent injury carries up to a $500 fine and 6 months in jail. Careless operation of a vessel brings up to a $300 fine and 30 days in jail. That case is still pending and has not gone to trial, man. 4 subjects were cited in Lafourche Parish for taking oysters from an unapproved area. Using aerial surveillance from a drone, agents observed and recorded the 4 subjects taking oysters from an area deemed to be polluted by the Louisiana Department of Health. Agents made contact with the subjects in 2 different vessels and found them in possession of 5 sacks of oysters at least a mile inside of the closed area. All of the oysters were returned to the water. If convicted, the violators face license revocation, community service, as well as criminal fines and possible incarceration. Agents cited 4 subjects in 2 separate cases for using skimmers during a closed season in St. Bernard Parish. On August 21st, agents observed 2 New Orleans men illegally shrimping in the Treasure Pass area, which was several miles inside a closed area. 100 pounds of shrimp were seized. On August 25th, agents cited 2 Marrero men who were illegally shrimping in the Morgan Harbor area, which was 1 mile from an open area. 1,021 pounds of shrimp were seized in that case. If convicted, the violators face license revocation, community service, as well as criminal fines and incarceration. And ma'am, this completes the enforcement reports.
Thank you, Major. Next, request for decision on award of waterfowl breeding grounds funding. Scott Dorm, our Director of Biology.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We are here today to receive your selection of waterfowl breeding grounds funding proposals. Y'all remember you got 2 last time, one from DU and one from Delta Waterfowl. And again, I'll remind you that's following the resolution that you passed in June. And this will be for a 3-year contract period.
We have some folks that would like to speak on this issue. The first is Mr. Chad Corville.
Mention that we received 3 comments via the, excuse me.
Okay,
Go ahead, Commissioner Corbett.
Thank you all, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Chad Corville, 416 Cornish Inn, Lafayette, Louisiana, 70507. I'm just would like to speak and answer any questions. I provided some comments in writing if you had any questions, but I've been, just to summarize a couple of things, I've been in your chair a few times as this thing has evolved. I commend you guys on passing that resolution. I had an opportunity to look at the proposals. And I still think we're not quite there. There's got to be a better way and make things easier for you all to compare proposals where it's apples to apples and it doesn't evolve into a popularity contest as it has in the past. My personal opinion, I've been on the breeding grounds a significant amount. I've seen the science, seen the research. I hope there'll be more research in the future to help pinpoint where this money should be spent. But based on my experience and my time, Saskatchewan seems like the obvious place to spend money that benefits the vast majority of Louisiana waterfowl hunters. So with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions. I'm disappointed Ms. Falcon didn't put me on the clock. I always like to be that, but anyway, happy to field any questions if anybody has any.
Commissioner McPherson.
How do you get on one of those Saskatchewan trips? I've never been invited.
It costs money and you go on your own, Commissioner McPherson.
That's why I've never been.
Well, I've seen some photos from some of your excursions. I suspect you probably have the resources just fine to find your way up there.
It's a burn.
But I'll tell you this, if you got an open seat, I'd be happy to accompany and chaperone you on one of those excursions or any of the other ones that I've seen photos from your on your phone.
Why did you choose Saskatchewan? You were up there during the breeding season? What were you-
Not this year, but I have been for a number of years. And when you look at, the department and their foresight, frankly, from years ago, started this program and we were the first. And the band recovery data seems fairly clear, but I think there's additional data as the years have progressed. And I shared that with you guys from another group I'm part of. I think the future is in this telemetry, and I think the telemetry is going to help guide some of that. But based on the best available data we have now, Saskatchewan seems like the clear one. I think you saw some analysis from Mr. Reynolds that showed banding effort by region that suggested the Dakotas would be fairly an obvious candidate. And I think some of the telemetry work shows the same thing. I think you have to be careful in that you got to look at the long-term data set because as weather patterns and water shifts over time. But I think over time, over 40, 50 years, based on what I've seen, Saskatchewan seems like the obvious choice, given that it's got to be in Canada. I think that the pressures on the breeding ground habitat in the US is significant and the loss of CRP is meaningful. And I think telemetry in the future of research is going to help guide where this money should be allocated in the future.
We don't really have that telemetry information.
You don't have it now, but the band recovery data you have, and you also have it now offset for effort. And that lends itself towards the Dakotas. But I've been on the Canadian landscape a significant amount. I've seen the programs, fairly familiar with most of the programs up there. And without the money that comes from states like Louisiana, those programs really can't be as efficient. The other thing I think, again, while I think you need to, in my opinion, to give you guys a fair shake, you need to have these boxes because look, I played the match game for years. And that's why I commend you on your resolution. Cash match is real match. A lot of the other match is there's a lot of opportunity to push the envelope there. There's also a lot of opportunity to push indirect rates. And I commend you guys for including that in your resolution. I'm familiar with how the process works. And frankly, as a commissioner, it's not easy to evaluate. And so it evolves into a popularity contest, which is not in the best interest of waterfowl or Louisiana waterfowl hunters. And so I commend you guys for the effort that you are putting forward to get that out of this process because it has no place in it.
Commissioner Hogan.
Do you see a difference in return on investment, one proposal to the other?
It'd be tough for me to dive that deep in the weeds, Bill. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hogan. We have a personal relationship. I think that's another part of it, though. You've got to be able to evaluate those economic returns, and you can't do it, in my opinion. The proposals I've seen in my 2 stints in this, it's not a clear apples to apples. It's kind of red apples, green apples. They'll throw in a zebra here or there. There's got to be a better way, and I think you guys are heading in that direction.
Anything
Thanks
further?
again. I appreciate you all's time. I'm glad to see y'all all up there and are weathering hurricane recovery. Us over in the West had our fair share of them last year. We know what you guys are going through, and wish you all the best, and would be happy to help in any way we could.
Thank you. and It's
Thanks
good
again.
to see you. I think that was it. On ducks. Yep, that was it on ducks. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Hogan?
This is not what I want to do, but I believe that the return on investment on the DU proposal is better. And I believe that Saskatchewan is where more ducks come from than Manitoba. And my motion is we give 100% of the money to Ducks Unlimited.
Do we have a second? Yes. And we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner
What did
McPherson?
you want to do? You said that's what you didn't want to do. What you want to do?
Well, I understand that there are two organizations that do good work. And I wish that I had a way to believe that we should give money to an organization that has an inferior program. So that's just where I'm coming from. It doesn't make me happy to do that, but I think it's the best bang for our buck and the right thing to do.
We have a motion.
Questions for Mr. Dillon, please.
Yes.
Is it just the last given this presentation?
Scott, would you explain the resolution we passed and what we were asking the organizations to do in their proposals this time around, please?
Yes, sir. Let me see if I can summarize that. It really came down to about 3 things. Permanent habitat protection. I think a 10% or less indirect. We also wanted to use our best science, which would be the banding return data, where we felt like the greatest percentage of birds would come to Louisiana. And also that these agencies would provide a match rate at least equal to their request. I believe that's the gist of it.
Let me start with your last of your bullet points. Match, they both do about the same there as far as maximizing dollars. Would that be a correct statement?
When I believe they provided similar match rates when you focus strictly on the permanent habitat protection. I believe that there might have been total greater match with the DU proposal, but we did not focus or I did not look at that as much as I just focused in on the permanent habitat.
So the permanent habitat, the way I'm reading it, looking at it, if DU's proposal is all of the money, and when they have habitat retention conservation easements, are those permanent easements there? And I apologize, I'm looking at
I believe the conservation agreements or payments to producers to basically hold habitat in waterfowl use and breeding habitats.
but are they permanent or are they?
No, sir. I do not believe so.
But the resolution we passed, is there anyone from DU that could answer that question?
Yes,
Or do you have an answer?
DU added a lot of things to their proposal, and I would just have to call that lanyard. But they did write it in a way that you could look at in other words, if you look at page 9.
What page?
Page 9 of the DU proposal.
Well, I don't see a number on my pages.
It would be the the fall flights, giving wings to cross-border conservation. Do y'all see that page at the top?
I'm looking at this document
Okay,
here.
yes, sir.
Is what I got in my folder. What would be the top of it?
If you, do y'all see a page? Yeah, this, I don't, Miss Susan, is that the same one that, is that the same proposal that we got? Well, to summarize, what the permanent easements that I'm aware of were 850 acres. Conservation agreements.
But I don't see if it's permanent.
Okay, so the first two lines are conservation easements and acquisition. That would be the category for permanent protection. to my-
So those are permanent conservation easements.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If I got the term conservation agreements, line 3, I believe. that
Those
may
are
have
the-
been- That's the annual payments. I believe I've got that right.
So they've got about 3,350 acres, if my math is right,
Correct.
in
Yes, sir.
permanent thing. And that's with 100% of the dollars.
No, sir, that's Mike, Mr. Carlos, you want to come up and help me out here? I may not be doing a good enough job.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Mike Carlos, Ducks Unlimited, Inc., out of Lafayette office. I'm Director of Conservation Program. So this is obviously a DU Canada proposal. So I'm texting back and forth with Dave Kosterski, who could not be here because it was such a last minute. He was going to call in. And he said he was able to call in, but all the easements, as I get it from Dave that I just corresponded with, are permanent, that we're requesting money from LWF funding.
So their request is for 100% of the money, $810,000. And over the 3 years, they would secure about 3,350 acres, if my math is correct.
That's correct, as I understand it.
And
yes.
then Delta Waterfowl, with 1/3 of the money, would secure about 1,430 acres. So if you were just looking at the proposals based upon what our resolution said, what we were looking for, then the Delta Waterfowl proposal is better from that standpoint, if that's your goal, is to permanently secure wetlands for ducks to breed on, if that's our goal. Is that a correct statement, Scott, or not?
Yeah.
If I can, y'all, let me provide a slide that maybe illustrates this a little bit better. If I can get this out of the way.
Do we have this slide in our package?
I'm not sure. I don't believe. You get.
Madam Chair. Can I just ask a question, Scott? Were you gonna give us a presentation? We weren't getting any presentation. You were just up here to go ahead and answer questions.
Yes, sir. That was my earlier goal.
Okay, I wanted to ask, because I thought that you might be giving us some additional information since you just came up there.
No, but I did have this ready in case you guys wanted us to present something. This is the apples to apples comparison that we were able to develop based on one of the resolution guidelines, and that is the permanent habitat protection. You can see the total, our total funding for DU would have been 810, Okay, matched by 1.35, protecting 3,330 acres at a cost for $649 an acre. The Delta proposal, again, permanent habitat protection only. $300,000 was their request, matching amount. They're providing 1.2, protecting 1,430 acres at a cost of $1,049 an acre. That's honing in, paring down the proposals to the resolution standard. The other issue was the banding returns. And you can see this from Larry's earlier analysis. The probability that a Saskatchewan banded duck would be harvested in Louisiana, 1.34%.
Well, you kind of skipped over my first point, but you're on this slide now. There's not a great statistical difference in whether a duck came from Saskatchewan or Manitoba based upon the banding data. Is that a fair statement?
0.17% difference
Yeah, so.
in the probability of that bird coming here, which translates into, according to Larry's analysis, around 14% more ducks.
Yeah, I'm trying to get through the noise and look at the actual facts.
Yes, sir.
There ain't enough ducks come around my blind to get very interested. And Patrick said I built it wrong anyway, so. Go back to your previous slide, if you would. So for the banding data doesn't show that there's a very significant difference on where a duck would get to Louisiana from.
0.17%.
Okay. And that's probably a probability of error factor deal there. Can you go back to your previous slide?
That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look just like the other. So Delta waterfowl, through whatever means, are, and my math's not real good, so I got to use real generalities, but it looks like they're doing 3 times better on achieving a match amount. If one proposal's got 810,000 in it, the other 3, well, it wouldn't be 3 times, but it's significantly better. They're leveraging their dollars considerably better than DU is. Their cost per acre, for whatever reason, I don't know why one province would have that much higher cost unless it's the land use or whatever the factor is there. But what our resolution said wasn't interested in land cost. It wanted to know the acres permanently protected. So if one's asking for roughly a third of the money and the other one's asking for all of the money, I'd have to take that 1,430 and multiply it times 3 to have an apples to apples comparison. That's red apples to red apples. Would that be a correct statement?
You're getting a little over my head there, sir.
You don't know much about apples, just ducks.
I may need to eat a couple more.
My point is that if the resolution that we passed was we thought that our focus and our emphasis should be on perpetually paying conservation easements, we should be looking at permanent easements and fee title acquisitions. So we don't have to go back and keep doing the same thing to where eventually this land would be dedicated to duck.
Yes, sir.
Production. When I look at that prairie pothole region up there, you got an imaginary line like our state lines, and you got 2 provinces. It looks like the best habitat lays over that line in the southwest and the southeast quadrants of those 2 provinces. And the duck probably don't know or care which province he's in. It just depends upon landfall there, what ends up being the best habitat.
All good habitat for sure.
Yeah. So there's not a real significant difference in where a duck would probably come from to Louisiana. If our goal, which we passed a resolution, we can ignore it at this point if we want to, but we were interested in the amount of land that would be perpetually preserved for duck population, then the Delta waterfowl proposal seems to be better. What was your third point, but other than match and banding? They went on match, banding is not a significant difference. What was your third?
Was it indirect,
Excuse me?
indirect cost possibly?
No, you said 3 when you came up there, and I wasn't quick enough to write down the first one. Your second, and third was banding and match.
Permanent protection. The match.
Okay, yeah, okay,
Yes, sir.
yes.
What about the indirect cost?
I think they both meet that requirement pretty well, ma'am.
After I listened to this, we've got 7,000 people that believe that Delta waterfowl's got a pretty good strategy. Many of them are like me, and maybe the rest of y'all. I belong to both organizations. I give too little to both organizations, but I believe in the mission of both of them, which is the same mission. And from what I can understand, when they get out of fighting for these little pittances of money, they work very cooperatively when they're up there on the breeding grounds trying to do that. So 3 years ago, we decided that that was a fair deal, give DU twice as much as this other organization, but recognize that we represent all the duck hunters of Louisiana. And there's thousands of them that believes in the mission of Delta waterfowl enough to pay their dues there. So I'm going to make a substitute motion that we continue the same allocation of 2/3 to DU and 1/3 to Delta waterfowl. I think it's just a prudent course, and then we get away from the politics of it. Then we get away from the noise of these cluttered proposals, and we get back to our resolution and what we asked for and what we had delivered to us in the way of proposals.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do we have other people to speak, Madam Chair?
We do.
I'll wait on my motion until after those other people speak.
By the way, Commissioner McPherson, on your statement about the blind, I've assigned 5 agents to work with you on that, okay?
Thank you. And they won't get me for over the limit, I promise you that. Even though one past administration, they sure assigned them to me and they sure tried. They pulled a lot of mud to find 2 teal in the blind.
Mr. Davis with Delta.
Wait, Madam Chairperson, I think that we have a substitute motion on the floor.
Well, he said he wanted to wait.
Yeah, I withdrew it
Oh,
until
okay.
we
I'm sorry.
finish the
That's
comment.
okay.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Tell you how little I knew about the process today. I just
Morning,
threw
sir.
my name in there, but thank you for the opportunity. I was just going to, respond to a few points here. And the first one that's most important to me as a person, the concept of the popularity. Look, I recognize where you guys sit, and I want to take that off the table. That if we had Adam Putnam, Larry Kallmeyer, the new CEO of Ducks Unlimited Canada, who was our recent chair of our board of directors, and our CEO, Scott Petrie, here right now, they would all stand up and say there's no such thing as a popularity contest. In fact, we understand deeply that the threat is out there on the landscape. And if at this point we aren't all turkey, Rocky Mountain, duck, quail, pheasant, all of us aren't working in unison with you guys to do the best we can, we're beginning to hit thresholds on the landscape. And we're seeing that in data and in research that we're hitting thresholds that there's really no time left for popularity. So Commissioner Hogan, I respect your comment. I understand entirely. And so I just want to take that off the table. If our leadership were here, they meet every month or so, and we're in the process of drafting up a document to totally dispel that myth, because we all work together every day. I'll do my best to jump through here. I was just scratching some things down. One thing that keeps coming up here is the probability of the bird. So the problem, but first off, we haven't been able to talk to ducks yet. So we can't understand exactly the calculator that they use. And there is some sign of phallopatry, although there be very little on the wintering ground of returning. What we're talking about here is the fact that Saskatchewan, it's a scale thing. Saskatchewan simply has 3 to 4 times the amount of prairie. In addition, it has parkland and it has boreal, just like Saskatchewan, to Manitoba. So the likelihood, the probability, rather, what you're talking about is band recovery data. So it's a numbers game. If you've got 3 times as much prairie in Saskatchewan as you do in Manitoba, it has nothing to do with the quality of the habitat, which is where you focus, right? To a duck, remember, 200 or 300 miles is something they're going to jump up and do in a couple hours. It's not energetically expensive, and it doesn't matter. But get back to the point, there is the reason that there are more birds recovered in Louisiana, as in Texas, as in Oklahoma, as in Colorado, as in Arkansas, than from Manitoba, is simply a matter of there's 3 times as much prairie that exists in Saskatchewan. No disrespect in my next comment. This gift is not going.
John, let
I'm
me
sorry.
interrupt you. And what you just said explains why, when you look at that statistic that he had, that's why it shows you got more ducks being killed, but the same percentage based upon the habitat availability.
Well, what you're seeing is more in a raw data fashion. You're seeing more ducks derived, evidenced by a band on their leg that was putting on a band. And we talk about new research. I couldn't agree more with Chad about what we're learning in telemetry now. These new GPS units, we got a couple hundred of them out right now. We're making discoveries right now that are incredible. But to your point specifically, yes, there are more birds harvested in Louisiana, not because you can link probability of a bird's decision-making process in their winter site selection, but simply because it's a landscape, it's a scale thing up north. And because there's more scale, there's more acres available for prairie nesting ducks in Saskatchewan than in Manitoba. Obviously, more ducks are going to come here, but the likelihood, so I get to the second point, and no disrespect intended, this gift, this award will not protect the Saskatchewan prairie. In fact, it will, if you were to back out, it will protect less than something you could hardly pick up on a map, right? And if we look at derivation studies, the real scientists, I'm sorry if I'm getting too long, that border doesn't exist. We lump South and East Saskatchewan in with South and West Manitoba for derivation research, right? And so that's just simply a jurisdiction. But my point being is if this award were to protect the entire Saskatchewan portion of the prairie or the entire portion of the Manitoba prairie, I would be right here saying, you bet, support my friends at Ducks Unlimited. So it's just a size thing. The match thing, I don't quite understand so that's not something DU does. We all follow the same menu. That's an AFWA, that's a federal thing. That's not even driven by Louisiana. So if they're not capturing more money, they're missing some money to go capture out there. I could go on for a while. The only thing I'm not sure of is that 33, to be very specific for a definition, an agreement is in fact not an easement. So easements either have a 33 and a third year lifespan or a perpetual lifespan. An agreement is in fact a termed agreement by definition. And it's a wonderful tool on the landscape, to capture the farmer's participation, but it is in fact not perpetual. I don't know how much of the 33 is perpetual. And I'll leave you with a thought. Ducks Unlimited does great work. Delta does great work. We work together in the field all the time. So please remove that from any consternation it's creating you all, that regardless of your decision, we'll support it. We're going to work together. Thank you.
Real quick question on this delivery goal recap. You have 686 acres conservation easement, and then 744 acres conservation easements fee title. That means permanent, correct?
No, no, both easements and fee title are permanent. Fee title is the least efficient way. So that fee title means I actually buy the property. Easements mean I simply purchase the owner's interest in a certain use of that land. All we're interested in are the wetlands.
What are the 1,430 acres permanent in here?
In our proposal, 1,413 of those acres are 100% permanent easements. And I'll address, we always use numbers that use the worst case scenario because it's nothing more than a negotiation when you're
understand.
with
I
the
just need
farmer.
to clear that
Okay,
up.
you
Thank
bet.
Yes, sir.
Again, I want to be sure that when I see conservation easements on the DU proposal, that those are permanent, Scott. You
I
feel
don't have a
comfortable
clue
with
about
that?
that. And if they're saying easement, that's a definition. We don't make that up. That's a definition we use within the process of reporting to NACA, NAWAP, et cetera. So if they're using the word easement, and don't let me speak on behalf, Mike. Easements mean one thing in our world. It's a perpetual easement or a 33 1/3 easement. We really don't use that tool. If it says agreement, that's a lease agreement that you're going into a termed
Their term
agreement.
is conservation easements, and we're being assured those are perpetual easements.
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of Ducks Unlimited. But
Right.
yeah,
Yes, we've had a request for DU to try to call in. Could you guys possibly think about a tiny recess and try to get
Well, I
their
don't know
call
that
in
we
or?
need it.
But again, to confirm, what you see on the slide there, y'all, are conservation easements and acquisition. Those are the permanently protected acreage figures for both organizations. I did not include the one conservation agreement. That is not included in the DU summary there. To make it a fair comparison.
Thank you. I mean, I don't need additional information. I don't know if anybody else does.
Well, he's trying to call in. or-
They'd like to call in. Yes, sir. They're watching and
All right, you want it, well, what happened to Commissioner Sincere?
Well,
Would you like,
Point of order, can we accept that in the meeting, Cole? Did I understand we got somebody calling in to the meeting?
I believe it's Mr. Sturst.
We typically have to set that up in advance. We don't actually have a physical phone in here. So if someone wants to call in with a cell phone, we can potentially hold up the microphone, but we normally have that set up well in advance of the meeting.
All right, Joe.
So to Commissioner McPherson's point, I will leave that up to Madam Chair, whether she wants to allow for this comment to come in. Typically, we only allow public comment to be made here in person or with via in writing through our email portal by the deadline. However, I'll give some leeway to the chairperson if she wants to accept some information. And the commission is the one seeking it out.
well, if y'all have questions that you would like to ask that they could potentially answer, I'll entertain it. If it's just to respond,
I sincerely don't want to dampen anybody's ability to provide information. I just don't want to set a precedent because we've had numerous people call in complaining, why wasn't my question talked about? Or why
Right.
wasn't?
I
why was-"
understand that, but
It just seems
Commissioner
like a bad
Hogan, you have
precedent.
some questions?
Yes.
All right, so only, and we're getting, I think, rather far afield. We had the proposals already. So to get up and basically make another proposal is beyond what I feel we should be doing today. But to answer questions in this limited circumstance and very limited, just to answer the questions, not to give us a sales pitch. I'll allow it. Let's take a brief 5-minute recess with the understanding that somehow it's going to be coming over a mic so that the public can hear. So let's take 5.
He's on radio.
Stursky with Ducks Unlimited Canada. I'm our National Manager of International Partnerships.
Address.
Address.
Address 62 Aspen Place, Yorkton, Saskatchewan, Canada.
All right, and Commissioner Hope.
I guess, there are two things. One is, I, as a lifelong conservationist and
Are you able to hear me all right?
and involved in waterfowl conservation primarily through the years. I've always been under the impression that Saskatchewan is the center of the production area that feeds Louisiana. Could you comment on that, Dave?
Sorry, that's not coming through my cell phone very clearly. If you could repeat, I actually sneak the webinar as well.
Just repeat it.
Okay, so Bill was asking, Commissioner Hogan was asking about the importance of Saskatchewan to some of the other provinces, essentially.
Well, that's where the ducks come from Louisiana.
And that's where the ducks come from Louisiana primarily.
Yeah, so really the waterfowl, as they settle in the prairie pothole region, follow the wetlands, right? And so the wetlands are distributed across the prairie pothole region, US and Canada. And as it gets wet or dry, they follow where the water is. And so if you look at the water and the amount of wetlands across the whole prairie pothole region, US and Canada, you look at the densities and the number of wetlands. And one of the reasons why Saskatchewan is the top place correctly for many states, including Louisiana, is because it has the most wetlands, but it also has the areas, more area of the highest density of wetlands, so that when you're able to put habitat and target it into targeted landscapes, your waterfowl densities and wetland densities, there's more of that highest density habitat across Saskatchewan than any other jurisdiction. There is certainly low density areas, and that's why all organizations definitely target the high density areas. And strictly the reason why DU puts, out of our investments in Prairie Canada, we'll put 50 to 60% of our investments in Saskatchewan is because there's just more high density waterfowl return habitats in that landscape.
Anything else?
Can you explain the match amount?
Can you explain the match amount, Dave?
Well, I'm looking at the slide that Scott had put up. It's pretty straightforward there. Certainly, we are matching every state dollar. Interest from the state was to show that their dollars, the LWF dollars, were going to permanent habitat securement, which ours does. It's either land acquisition or permanent conservation easements. So 100% of Louisiana funds go there. And then the matching dollars, we are putting, like it shows, 0.3 million or 1,350,000 of matching dollars to those perpetual habitats. And then additional matching dollars to a number of other activities that are absolutely critical that the state has invested in the past, including, conservation agreements and other things that just allow you to do so many more acres as well. So I will give one clarity on the difference between Manitoba and Saskatchewan. It's primarily driven by land values. It's more expensive generally in Manitoba to secure land, whether it's acquisition or easements. And our price per acre in Manitoba is much higher than Saskatchewan. So from just the number of acres you can get for your dollar, when it comes down to securing habitat, the land values are still just significantly cheaper in Saskatchewan, in particular in the priority or target areas, because those are typically higher wetland density areas, lower agricultural value. So that's just a general difference between the two provinces. It's just cheaper to secure land in Saskatchewan. Land values are lower.
So a bigger return on your investment, our investment.
Bigger return on the investment. Yeah, he just said it's a bigger return on the investment.
But they're not showing the same amount of match as Delta is. Why is that?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, this is just comparing the match on the perpetual habitats. And then we have additional match doing other activities. So that's what Scott was trying to demonstrate, is that this is just looking at the perpetual habitats. So there is additional match doing other activities.
Okay.
given this investment on perpetual habitats at the cost per acre, it's still securing 3,330 acres of perpetual habitats.
Commissioner McPherson.
I think you and Mr. Davis with Delta Waterfowl are saying the same thing. If you're preserving high density breeding grounds, it doesn't really matter whether they're located in the Dakotas or Saskatchewan or Manitoba, then it just becomes a factor of Mother Nature. Where is she going to dump the rain to have that? But you got the availability of production based upon that variable. But a high density breeding area, no matter where it's located, is capable of accomplishing everybody's desired purpose. Is that a good statement?
That is a fair statement, that habitats with the same estimated waterfowl densities, regardless of where they are going to have similar. Now, there are a few other things in that species mix and some of those other factors certainly can come into this. But the difference, and again, we do have programs in Manitoba. The reason we don't put forward a proposal for Manitoba is strictly because, based on data, we see a greater return on investment for Louisiana. We request money from Wisconsin for Manitoba because it's a more connected relationship. The data demonstrates that Manitoba is more connected to Wisconsin. But when it comes to Louisiana, certainly the data shows that Louisiana and Saskatchewan are more directly related when it comes to the waterfowl that winter in and breed in those two areas. That's the reason why we could put in a proposal that put some of the money in Manitoba if that's what Louisiana Department of Wildlife and Fisheries wanted. We deliver a program there as well. But the reason we go 100% Saskatchewan is because of the return on investment there.
I think what our resolution stated, we wanted the maximum number of acres with the dollars that we were putting up to be in perpetual easements or fee title. And it didn't matter where they were at. I mean, where you purchased them at. I have to assume that if it's more expensive per acre to do that in Manitoba, it's because of the land utilization, which probably makes it more likely to be converted or to be taken out of duck production than in Saskatchewan, where the land costs, because the easements or the fee title or the rest of it follows the land use and the production and what you can do with your land. That's what we see with our WRP and CRP programs down here in Louisiana.
Was that, I didn't get that was a question.
Maybe that wasn't a question. Maybe it was kind of a question. Feel free not to answer it.
All right, anything further? Members of the commission. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you all.
We have you want to make that your motion here?
Madam Chair, if you look at, if the goal by our resolution was the most acres per dollar to be preserved, the Delta waterfowl proposal is better. If it's based upon match, it's better. If you look at the ducks returning to Louisiana, the science shows that it's basically the same. And I think it clarified a lot in my mind, probably those of you who have looked at it over the years. If you got 3 times the duck production in Saskatchewan, then you ought to have 3 times the number of ducks coming. So that clarified that mystery for us. So, I mean, if you want to get rid of the noise, if you want to get rid of the politics, if you want to get rid of the confusion, then what we did last time would be the right thing to do this time, and that's do 1/3, 2/3. And so I'll take my motion again. I'd like to see it divided 1/3, 2/3.
All right, there's a substitute motion on the floor.
Madam Chair, could the mover clarify where the allocation is for the various proposals?
2/3 to who, 1/3 to who?
2/3 DU, 1/3 Delta waterfowl, which I understand is what we had for the past 3 years.
Thank you.
So substitute motion on the floor.
I'm gonna second it, just for discussion, because I'd like to hear. Huh?
Nothing.
I know that I know we've heard a lot of stuff already. But just for the discussion of it, I hear that if what, Commissioner McPherson is saying about what the resolution said and what we're supposed to base our decisions on, if that's factual, because I'm sorry, I'm not totally clear on that. If that's what we're supposed to be basing our decision on, or is there something more to it? And I'd like to hear more about it, both from the department and other members of the commission. So as far as facts go. So I'm seconding it for that.
Yes, sir.
Cost per acre, $649, $1,049. That's return on investment. One of them is greater than the other. That was my point to start with, and that was the point that I made, as I looked through the proposals and tried to sort it all out. That's glaring to me. And that's where I'm coming from. The ducks come more from Saskatchewan than they do Manitoba. And the cost per acre is much less on the Saskatchewan proposal.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
for ducks raised, they don't come more from Saskatchewan to Manitoba. That's what our biologist just said. Now, if you want to argue with him, or if you want to argue with 0.17% and whether that's not within a statistical margin of error, then you have to argue with that. The resolution, I don't think, talked about the cost per acre. I think it cost about the total number of acres that would be put in permanent. I'm sorry, Colonel, am I interrupting you over there? It was on the number of acres. Well, there's about a 30% better value for our dollars in number of acres that are permanently preserved in the Delta waterfowl proposal than there is in the DU proposal.
Explain that to me, because.
Well, if you
Show me your math, because I don't get that.
okay, let me help you.
And I'm not a math whiz, okay?
I said I'm not either, but if you look at if the DU proposal is 33,330 acres
Mm-hmm.
for 810,000. And I hadn't really done the math on it. The other one is $1,430 for 300,000. So if you divide the 810 into 3330, I think, or divide 3330 into 810,
You can't do that.
810,000.
You got to divide it by the full amount, including the match.
No, if I want to know my per acre cost, but not what Louisiana's contributing. In other words, we're putting up X number of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And in our resolution, which I do not think was intended to benefit Delta waterfowl's position, it just happened to turn out that way when you factually started looking at it and get away from the politics of it and all the noise of it. It benefited them in the long run. So you wind up, in other words, if you want to turn this around, if my motion would have been to give Delta waterfowl, since their proposal clearly won, give them all the money, then they would be doing not 3 times, but something 2.75%, 1,430 acres. They'd be doing 4,000 and something acres compared to 3,000 and something acres in their proposal. You don't trust my math, you gotta use a little handy dandy calculator.
Leave me alone.
Thought they taught math down to by.
No, we skipped that. Further comments?
I just ask you to go along with the math and science and the resolution we passed and recognize 7,000 duck hunters in Louisiana believe in the mission of Delta Waterfowl, just as I do, just as I believe in the mission of DU. And like Mr. Davis was big enough to say, whatever you do, it's going to benefit ducks, you know, on the prairie pothole region, you know, they're going to both buy the highest density they can. And those same ducks and the same percentages are going to return to Louisiana because we did this.
Well, and I will point out, though, you said, you know, it's a statistical non-factor, but I believe the 0.17 was said by Mr. Reynolds to translate to 14% more ducks in Louisiana. You know,
If there's no statistical margin of error in that, and Mr. Durham can tell you whether you're banding mature ducks, whether you're immature ducks. He can also tell you that you're not going out there and capturing hens and little ducklings on the breeding ground. You're banding them on the staging areas and where were they raised before they got to the staging. I can band a lot of blue-winged teal in March and tell you that they overwintered in Louisiana, but that would be a misstatement. They're just staging in Louisiana on their way back north. Those are the same blue-winged teals that got shot at by somebody and missed in Mexico.
anything further? All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor that was seconded. We vote on that one first, right?
Yes, that is the appropriate one to vote.
All right, all in favor?
Could we have a roll call vote, Madam Chair?
Sure. We can do that. Let's have a roll call on the substitute motion. Hot spots, buddy.
Bill Hogan,
No,
Joe McPherson,
Yes. Tied right now.
Yes, yes.
Allison Terry,
Abstain.
Come on now.
Gene Reynolds.
No.
He did that on purpose
Okay, we
here.
have a tie, so Madam Chair. your vote.
He did that on purpose.
I'll abstain too.
It fails to get
Somebody
enough
find out
votes to
where
pass.
Dusty is.
Yeah. We might get the same result on the next motion. You never know. We have the original motion on the floor. Let's roll call.
I'm gonna do something I don't want to do again.
Oh, mercy.
I'd like to revise. How do I revise my motion?
I believe you can amend your motion, which would take precedence over the main motion, which is on the table. Right?
Okay. So I'd like to amend my motion. I'd like to do it 80% Ducks Unlimited and 20% Delta Waterfowl. I do believe in Delta Waterfowl.
We have an
You know that I
amended,
do.
amended motion on the floor. Do we have a second? We have a second. So we have a 80% DU, 20% Delta amended motion on the floor. Roll call, please.
Bill Hogan,
Discussion.
Yeah.
Al has-
Huh?
I'd just like to, I would really like to do something different next time to where we have a more scientific way. I know we try to do it.
Let's just vote.
And I'm gonna say that I don't know how the department does it to come up with a more scientific approach to it. But it all leaves way too much question in my mind and it's swirling around in here. And that's the reason I abstained. And I also gave a second to the substitute. So I'm going to just ask that in the future that y'all try to devise a better plan on how to come up with some more clear science for the people up here that have to make this decision. Because it was.
Here next time.
Huh?
We won't be here next time.
Well, but it will be for those that follow us. And I'm gonna tell you, the first time I was confused, and the second time I was almost equally as confused because of the resolution that was passed at the last one. Because I'm telling you, I got a different take on that resolution and how it was discussed today. I'm gonna tell you, that's my take on it. That confused me more. So with that said, I thank you very much, Madam Chairman, for letting me discuss that.
You ready to vote?
Yes, please.
Did we have a second?
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Mr. Commissioner,
Yes.
Joe McPherson,
No.
Andrew Blanchard,
No.
Allison Terry,
Yes.
Dean Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Chair, there are 3 votes in favor and 2 votes against.
there's 3-2.
No, it's not a majority. You have 6 people present, so 4 would be a majority. So person would be. No, ma'am, you have to have, so a vote requires a majority of the quorum that is present. There are 6 people present. 3 votes would not carry the motion. You would need 4 votes in order for this to pass.
Probably get 75-25 motion if it fails.
Chair. For clarification, the chairperson has a right to vote on every motion,
Thank you for that. Clark.
but not an obligation.
Right, so I'm not voting. I gave up duck hunting a long time ago because there were no ducks, so I'm deferring to the
Madam
folks
Chair,
here who,
I'd like to offer a motion for a 75-25 split.
all right, we have another motion on the floor for a 75-25 split, which I assume you mean 75 to DU and 25 to Delta. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Commissioner Blanchard. Can we have a vote, please?
Bill Hogan,
No.
Joe McPherson,
Yes.
Andrew Blanchard,
Yes.
Allison Terry,
Yes.
Dean Reynolds,
No.
Can we remove this? Can we put this on next month's agenda?
Madam Chair, that would be a appropriate motion. If you get a second,
We bring it up later in the meeting.
that would be to lay it on the table. If you want to lay it on the table, you can bring it back up later in the meeting.
Do I need a motion to do that or can I? do it?
Yes, ma'am, you need a motion because right now the motion on the table is the primary motion made originally, which is 100% to DU.
All right.
Point of information, what vote does it take to bring it off the table?
I will have to check on that, but I believe it's a simple majority.
I
If
thought
it's
it had to
anything,
lay over if it was.
no, sir. To lay a motion on the table allows it to be brought back and I'll get a clarification on what it would take to bring it off the table.
Give us a little time to get our ducks in a row.
Did you make that
motion.
I can't make it. That's why I'm waiting.
I did. I made.
Oh, you made a motion to lay it on the table?
Lay it on the table.
All right, we have a motion laid on the table and a second. All in favor?
It's a simple majority, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. it's a
I
simple-
believe it is, but I'm gonna confirm that.
Well, let's see what we got. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. The motion is laid on the table. Next item on the agenda. Notice of intent to establish regulations for hunting guide license requirements. Mr. Tuma,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
It is really good to be up here again.
It is good to see you, Tommy.
The bad news is I made Miss Susan mad because I added a couple slides to my presentation this morning, so it is a little bit different, but please don't give me the stink eye. She has already done that, and probably right now also. But today I'm here to talk to you, to present a notice of intent to talk about a hunting guide license. So how did we get here? From House Bill 691, I looked on the Louisiana legislature site, and Title 56 has not been updated to reflect this, but everyone is aware this spring we pushed through, or the department had a House Bill 691. I think it was Representative Bakala, it was his bill, but within that was a license fee restructure for the department. It was presented by Representative Bakala with, I guess our department provided some background information. Through that whole process, that legislative process, it was changed, amended, changed again, amended several times. The final product brought a hunting guide license, which the department had not put in this hunting guide or the license restructured initially, but it was added through the legislative process. So we're here today to kind of talk about this hunting guide. So I'm not sure why it's not showing up on y'all's screen. It should be, but let's try it again. Now it is. Okay, so with that background in mind, from House Bill 691, and I don't like to read from slides, but I'm going to read this from you. So they establish a hunting guide license with some fees, and it basically says, or it does say, no person shall act or represent himself to be a hunting guide unless that person possesses a valid hunting guide license, proof of liability insurance, and a valid state recreational hunting license that grants hunting privileges appropriate for his guided hunting activity. In addition, any person acting as a hunting guide who is in charge of the operation of a vessel shall have a valid captain's license issued by the United States Coast Guard. So the rest of the language within this section deals with fees and some other things, which begs the question. So now we're here today to talk about what is the definition of a hunting guide, and this will be in our rules and regulations, which would be in the Louisiana Administrative Code, Title 76. So Ms. Susan and I kind of went down through Title 76 to try to figure out where this hunting guide will be. So we ended up here on the general hunting rules and regulations, D4. So we simply define a hunting guide license or a hunting guide. So it says a hunting guide license is required for any person or entity who publicly represents himself to be a hunting guide or who transports, aids, or provides assistance to another individual in the act of taking or attempting to take any wildlife species for compensation on a transactional or for hire basis. For the purpose of this rule, a hunting guide license is not required for any person or entity employed or contracted by a private hunting club to provide hunting guide services exclusively for the club's private members and in its invited guests. So I know that's a lot, and I'm sure you will have questions. So at this time, I will entertain those questions. Or maybe you don't, which is good. So a little bit about this. So public comments will be accepted through 5 p.m. January the 5th, 2022, and I will be the one accepting that public comment. And you can write me a letter. You can call me on my phone number that's in this email, or you can send me an email at this email that's listed on this email. It will also, all this information will be on a press release after this meeting.
So if there are no questions with the hunting gun license, I guess when the Madam Chair comes back, we'll entertain a vote on this notice of intent.
Any questions or comments of the commissioner? Okay, do I hear a motion? Motion by Mr. Hogan to accept the NOI,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Sinceri. All in favor? Okay, the NOI is accepted. Thank you, Tom.
Beautiful, thank you.
You did good for a change.
I'm a Tuma, so you know the rest of my relatives. I have a comment, but it's probably reserved for a private conversation between you and I. Thank you.
Okay, next is receive and consider a declaration of emergency to amend either sex firearm and primitive firearm seasons to bucks only on the Joyce, Marpaw Swamp, and Salvador Timken WMAs. Mr. Bordelon.
Thank you, members of the commission. Good morning. Today, I'm here to present a declaration of emergency, basically to amend primitive and either sex firearm seasons for 3 wildlife management areas in southeast Louisiana. The 3 we're talking about are Joyce, and I'll have a map after these dates are presented. But Joyce, basically just moving either sex modern firearm season to bucks only. Same with primitive. So the hunters themselves will still have the same number of days to pursue deer, but they'll be limited to bucks for harvest. Map here shows where they all are. If you're looking here, if you notice, there's some other areas in green. The green WMAs, we do not have anything proposed. Why is that? Why are we just focusing on those particular WMAs? And it really has everything to do with the season framework and harvest that's in place. If you look, Lake Maurepas is sandwiched between Maurepas Swamp WMA and Joyce to the north. So it's the large orange area to the south of that open water body. Joyce to the north. Both of those have modern farm and primitive seasons. Last year alone, they harvested approximately 200 deer between those 2 WMAs, 40%, roughly 80 were antlerless or does. There's a small green one there. Where is that? Well, that's actually Manchac WMA, a little bit different habitat type. Manchac already has an archery only season for deer. On Manchac, the harvest last year was 1 buck. Thus, the reason you see these areas in green, such as Point of Shin to the south, Biloxi to the west, to the east, excuse me. We don't really have anything proposed there simply because those particular WMAs already have archery only seasons with a very small harvest. Thus, we're only focusing on this case on those WMAs that have firearm seasons with a more significant harvest. So if anyone has any questions, again, this is really aimed at mitigating for fawn loss due to the timing of Ida, the water that came through, the duration of that water. While we don't expect all fawns to have perished from that event, we do fully expect that many were lost. And in response to that, we're looking to mitigate through the restriction of antlerless deer days during those firearm segments. And it's roughly on those areas, it varies from year to year, but 80 to 90% of the harvest of deer in general occurs with modern and primitive firearms. So it is the significant source of harvest when compared to archery.
Do we have any comments, questions of commissioners? We had some public comments. And we have thank you, no cards here today. The comments that we got, Mr. Bordelon, was, they wanted to close the season altogether.
Sure.
Now, I'm from the country. I'm gonna ask you if this joke fits what you're doing. The old bull and the young bull were on the hill. And the young bull said, let's run down to that herd of cows and breed one. And the old bull said, let's walk down there and breed them all. And that's kind of what happens with bucks and does. As long as you protect your does, you assume that there's going to be enough bucks survive to breed the entire population of does. And so you're not hurting the herd sustainability or rebuilding by allowing the buck harvest to continue. Is that correct?
In this particular incident, I would agree, simply because we've recognized from previous events is that in general, adult mortality tends to be pretty minimal. Thus, we fully expect the majority of those does to have survived. And knowing that there's going to be harvest of bucks, there should be at least adequate remaining stock to certainly facilitate breeding this season. In addition to that, what we've often seen in areas, unfortunately, that have been impacted by storms is a drop in obvious participation in subsequent harvest, really, which isn't reflective of abundance in most cases. It's simply just a reflection of focus on recovery, whether it's in the community or at their own homes. Thus, in most years, what we'll see is where we have impacts to storms, we'll see a decrease in participation in subsequent harvest. Southwest Louisiana last year served as an example of that. We had the highest reported harvest of any year in the past 10 years last deer season. However, the exception to that was Southwest Louisiana, where in all impacted parishes, harvest was at least down by 25%, simply because of participation in many cases with public areas in Southwest Louisiana, a couple of which I even worked hunts on. And on those particular WMAs, we just did not see the number of hunters that we typically would see for obvious reasons, focus again on community recovery issues at their own homes. So to some extent, what we would anticipate is a reduced harvest regardless of the change. But to your point, protecting antlerless deer in this case would help ensure that we would have an adequate source for replacement. So we're able to mitigate for this event. And we'll likely even consider extending that protection even further if data shows that it's needed. So certainly it may not even be a 1 year, it could actually be a multi-year if the data does indeed point us in that direction.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion on this declaration of emergency? Okay, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Hogan seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We do have a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Porter. Okay, next is to receive and consider a notice of intent on alligator regulations. Mr. Linscomb.
Do I have to put it on here, or is it already on here? I apologize, I was stuck in traffic. Yeah, is it?
Mr. Garrett, while we're waiting for his presentation, what would it take for us to
It's on there.
compel the secretary to testify on this bill to just see what actual expertise he has in this area?
Yeah. What's that?
I will confirm that it is a simple majority to remove the item placed on the table with the duration of the meeting.
Okay, again, I apologize. I was stuck in traffic on the bridge. So we have for your consideration today, 5 different regulation changes. Somehow you turned on Zoom. Or maybe I did it, but sometimes Zoom popped up on top.
Okay, let me do this.
See, it's blocking the.
Gotcha. Let me do this. I'm gonna move it to here and then. So as long as you don't hit escape, you should be okay.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so the first slide has a synopsis of all 5 regulations. So what I'll do is I'll go through them and explain them briefly, and then I have multiple slides after that that show the actual language on the notice of intent. Okay, the first one is to allow landowners with minimal acreage tags to harvest landowner nuisance alligators year round. Now, I need to be very clear here that the only change here is that we're going to allow people to harvest these year round. The existence of this tag allocation has been for many years. So in our tag allocation, we have something called a landowner or minimal acreage tag. And what it is somebody that does not qualify for an alligator tag. So typically, as I'm sure you're familiar with, if you have a certain acreage of alligator habitat, you get so many tags. This is for a situation where someone has 2 or 3 acres of land, a house on it, and a pond that they dug for a house pad or something like that. Typically, we handle that with a nuisance hunter. Sometimes people refuse to do it, and so we go ahead and we issue them a tag. But they have to harvest that tag during the September wild season. The administration has asked us to change that so that those tags can be harvested 12 months out the year. So really, the only change here is not the allocation. It's just that one, you can harvest it 12 months out the year, and 2, we're actually changing the name slightly to a landowner nuisance tag. The second regulation change is to reduce alligator form releases from 10% to 5%. This comes as a direct request from Secretary Monase. And so we've looked into it, and we've basically are of the opinion, the alligator program are of the opinion that if you accept the fact that potentially 10, 15, 20 years down the road, you may see a decrease in egg production, then it's okay to reduce it. Historically, the program has always managed towards maximum egg production. For obvious reasons, for industry reasons, we've managed towards maximum egg production because that's what most farmers and landowners want. There's no reason to believe this reduction is going to put the population in peril or jeopardy. However, we do need to acknowledge that it won't be overnight. Again, it'll be 15, 20 years down the road. You may see a reduction in egg production. And also, I should mention that right now, at least partially due to COVID, but even prior to COVID, we have a surplus of eggs. So we have more eggs out there on the landscape than we actually have demand for alligator hides. Partially due to COVID, but even prior to that, we saw a reduction in market because there's a tremendous number of other crocodilian species worldwide on the market compared to what there was 20 years ago. So again, we're not as necessarily concerned at this point with that maximum egg production. The third regulation change is adding a regulation requiring hatchlings to be placed in water and fed within 10 days of hatching. This comes as a request from one of our landowner constituents who brought up to us that we have a couple different types of farmers in the state of Louisiana. We have true farmers that grow out alligators, and then we have some farmers that simply collect eggs, incubate those eggs, and then sell those hatchlings to farmers with grow-out facilities. Those types of farmers don't have large barns with grow-out facilities. They simply have an incubator. Typically what they do is they take the animals, and within about 4 to 5 days of hatching, they move them to or transfer them to the farm that's going to grow them out. Well, the concern was brought up, what what if they leave those hatchlings in, and because since they don't have water, they don't have grow out borns, what if they leave them in the dry incubation material too long? And we said, well, we can take care of that. We'll just add a regulation saying that they have to be removed from the incubation material within 10 days, placed in the water and fed. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Just a question on that. I don't expect that to be read.
How do,
Yeah, I understand that there's regulation to it, but how difficult is that to enforce that regulation?
It's not as hard as you would think because quite honestly, they call us for a transfer and we issue a transfer when they're moving them. And so that's actually occurring right now. As soon as they start hatching until the very end, almost on a daily basis, we're getting transfers. So we would know, say, a guy that has 30,000 animals because he hadn't moved them.
So that's easily enforceable.
I think it is, yes.
I'm just asking the question because it just seemed to me just out of the blue. I don't know. That seems difficult.
And I'll be honest with you. I really don't think it's an issue. I don't think the regulation is really that necessary. We're just doing it because a constituent asked us to. Quite frankly, if they don't move those hatchlings within 4 or 5 days, they're not gonna make it. So there's gonna be a problem.
So do you really think that's necessary?
I think it covers us by saying it's a regulation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the fourth one, and I'll get into this when I go through the slides, but we're changing water temperature requirements for farms. So at least 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, several alligator farmers came to me and said, the minimum, we don't have a maximum temperature on alligator farms, but we do have a minimum temperature of 80 degrees. And the question was brought up, do we really have to keep them at 80 degrees? Is that, because that's a regulation that goes back 40 years. And at that time I said, well, I'm not really sure, but I can dig into it and try to figure out where the 80 degrees came up with. And I apologize for getting that to y'all late, but I think y'all got a literature review yesterday. And so we went through all the literature, looked at the research that was done in back when this all started at Rockefeller. And 80 degrees doesn't really appear to be a meaningful transition point at all. What does appear to be a meaningful transition point is 77 degrees and 68 degrees. So the research done back at the beginning shows that when you get below 77 degrees, that's when digestion and food consumption begins to slow down. Below 68 degrees is where food consumption and digestion completely stops. So we are of the mindset at this point that it appears that they just rounded off from 77 to 80 and said, look, this is a good temperature to have a good grow out rate. We're of the opinion at this point that it's really not the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries intent to regulate profitability or growth or anything like that. What really is our role is proper animal husbandry. So, if an alligator farmer, for whatever reason, doesn't want to grow an animal out at 4 times the rate they normally would in the wild for a short period of time, from an animal husbandry standpoint, there's no reason they can't. And actually, there's several reasons we'd like them to be able to drop the temperature. So one of the struggles we've had over the years is we don't want return alligators longer than 60 inches. And sometimes that's been a struggle for some of the alligator farmers to do that. If in fact they're going to release animals and overwinter them, there's no reason they can't reduce the temperature and feed them less so that they don't grow as fast. It's part of their physiology. That's what happens in the wild. And again, so we're not trying to regulate profitability, rather we're just trying to regulate proper animal husbandry.
Let me
Commissioner
interrupt,
McPherson.
let me interrupt you there. What you're saying makes a tremendous amount of sense. We ought to not be in telling an alligator farmer how to maximize his profitability off of his operation. And why was it ever that way? Why would we ever telling them how to do that?
Because in the beginning, we have about 50 license forms now. And in reality, about 10 of them are the bulk of the industry. And these guys really know what they're doing. In the beginning, it was not that way. We had 250 plus, maybe more than that, forms out there. And I think what happened was they would go around to these forms and you had people literally not heating the water at all. And you had truly stunted animals. And so I'm only speculating. Because again, that was.
But why would an animal be stunted?
Not stunted, I guess stunted is the wrong term, just not growing fast enough to be profitable.
But that's on them. They were growing their alligators just like an alligator would be in the wild. Their water temperature, I assume, was the same as the norm of the unless they were growing them in Minden.
Yeah, again, I'm speculating because those regulations were well ahead of my time. The fifth and final set of regulation changes or changes to our slaughter regulations. And this comes as a result of the World Organization for Animal Health Guidelines. That's the international veterinary organization, basically. Historically, they did not have guidelines for reptiles or amphibians. And about 2 years ago, they finally came out with them. And basically, historically, cord severance with pithing of the brain was acceptable. That is no longer acceptable. The only thing that's acceptable now is immediate destruction of the brain, which is with a captive bolt, whether it's penetrating or non-penetrating. So I'll go through the slide that'll show the actual notice of intent and the language. It's exactly like the language in the OIE guidelines. So we're just bringing our regulations up to speed with the quote unquote international standard. Okay, so this is the language for the landowner nuisance tag. What we're doing is we're adding it to a regulations that talks about nuisance hunters. And it's specifically the spot in the regulations where it talks about the fact that we can prescribe those animals be harvested at any time during the year. And that's why we feel like that's the proper place to put it. I got any questions before I move on?
Commissioner McPherson.
I'm a landowner and I only have 4 or 5 tags.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not filling them because I can't eat 6 alligators a year and there's nobody buys them in my area. Would this prohibit me but my wife doesn't like that alligator that's living under her dock? Is this going to prevent me from getting a nuisance tag to be able to kill it outside of my 30 days?
Absolutely not. No.
I would be allowed to get a nuisance tag?
Well, are you asking if you would be allowed or we could assign a nuisance hunter to remove an alligator from your dock?
Could I get a nuisance tag or could I use one of my regular alligator tags and remove it outside of my
Is your property connected to any other wetlands?
Yeah.
Then it wouldn't qualify for this. This is specific to a non-contiguous parcel of property. We issue very, very few of these. These are for someone in central and north Louisiana that's not adjacent to any wetland. And, they only own 1 or 2 acres. There's no way to make them qualify for a tag, but they have an alligator in their pond. There's no reason we can't issue that person the tag. So it only qualifies for that. If you're connected to wetlands, then you have to go the other route and get tags issued through the normal protocol. But to answer your question, if you have a nuisance, if you have 5 tags and you're not harvesting them because they're not, as you said, you can't sell them, that still doesn't prohibit us from sending a nuisance hunter out there to remove that alligator from your property under your dock. This just wouldn't be applicable.
All I'm asking you, and I won't belabor it, we're going kind of long today, but why not allow that landowner to harvest it instead of sending that nuisance alligator hunter out there?
Because that is a whole different animal in that.
I'm asking you to start looking at this where it's not a whole different thing. I know all about alligators because I watch Swamp People. And they used to harvest alligators for market. Now they're harvesting alligators to save the small children and big dogs on the bike. To whatever degree we can get up, I think somebody told me we're out from underneath the federal requirements now. Is that correct?
No.
We're still under? Well, I'm not going to belabor it, but I want somebody to explain to me what we're still under, what our requirements are to the feds with alligators. But alligators in Louisiana, in this commissioner's mind, are becoming more a nuisance category than an endangered category.
Yeah, I can't argue they're definitely not endangered. The umbrella we're under in terms of the Fish and Wildlife Service is for export authority. So to have export authority, which means you can export hides out of the country, you have to show a no detriment finding and prove that whatever you're doing is not detrimental to the population.
But we could liberalize all of our
Yeah,
licensing and
we can-
harvest.
we
as
can
long as
liberalize.
We can still, as long as y'all can still say, boy, I went out last night, we still got plenty of alligators.
Correct. We can liberalize it. We just have to, on an annual basis, show that we still have a healthy population and what we're doing is not detrimental to that population. And of course, without that export authority, we still have a $250 million industry that is almost gone if you lose export authority.
Okay, thank you.
So any more questions before yes, sir.
Chairman, I just think it's gonna be confusing for landowners, private landowners who's got a pond on it, because the way that I see it written right there, and I interpret it, because I got a private pond on my property, and it's got alligators on it, and they are a nuisance. And I have no way to get rid of them other than call a nuisance person. But why would I call a nuisance person if I could go ahead and tag dispose of it myself? I could eat alligator too. You get rid of it and you can't. Now, my property is adjacent to wetlands. So the alligators come from into the pond from the wetlands and they constantly, I can't even put ducks or geese or dogs around my pond. You know, I've watched this thing grow from 4 foot now to 10 foot there over the last 4 years.
Right.
You know, right there. And I've asked alligator hunters if they want them. Oh, we don't want them. You know, they're worthless to us. So just reading it like that, it's gonna become very confused. To everybody that thinks he got a pond thinks, oh, I can go get a tag. And another question, to get a tag, is it gonna cost someone to get a tag?
No, there
It's
is.
gonna be a free, you just come over here and apply for it and the public can get a tag?
You will apply for it. And again, there's no change here. So you could always get this. The only change is that now that can be harvested year round. So this has existed for many, many years. Although I understand your point, it's in the regulation. And when you read it, it may be confusing. But to go back to how you acquire this tag, you acquire this tag through the same process you do for wild season tags. So you turn in an application as an alligator hunter with a tax receipt or some proof of ownership, sometimes a map, and then it goes to a biologist, a regional biologist. So if it's around here, Baton Rouge or something like that, it would go to my biologist here in the Baton Rouge office. If it's in Shreveport, it would be a biologist in Shreveport, so on and so forth. They then evaluate it, look at it, and literally look at it, imagery of the property and say, okay, this does qualify for this. This is a true minimal acreage landowner tag where this person owns, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 acres of property, but it's not connected to any wetland. It has a pond on it, and they get a tag. And understand that this tag is not going to automatically renew the following year. So when we run what we call preprints, okay, in our computer system, we run a report, and all the alligator tags that were issued the previous year, we get a printout for all the hunters, all their properties, all the different properties they have, their tag allocations, and we mail them out to the hunters and say, okay, or are you going to hunt this property again this year? And they go through the process of getting landowner signatures and what other information they need. This will not be that way. This is really a one-time thing, unless you reapply for it.
Understand.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, this is a real simple change. This is the striking out 10%, changing it to 5%. This is the alligator, removing alligator hatchlings within 10 days. Okay, now this is the specific temperature language. And I'll say this, they're not provided here today, but we have something called the best management practices that all the farmers sign and agree to. In the best management practices goes much further in depth into talking about, it's fine from an animal husbandry standpoint if you go down below 70 degrees, but you will have slower growth, and to maintain maximum growth, you need to keep it at higher temperatures. And this is the slaughter regulation. So historically, as I mentioned before, item C, spinal cord severance followed by pithing of the brain historically was acceptable. And it's just simply no longer acceptable. Only immediate death. And the reason they use the term death is because you have to show that the animal is completely either dead or unconscious. Dispatching terms like that are not as exact, because they don't clearly state that the animal is dead. And again, these are the exact terminology that's used by the OIE. We're just adopting what is considered to be the internationally accepted standard. Yes, sir.
This is, Madam Chairperson.
Yes.
This is what's allowed, the same as what's allowed in every other state, or is disallowed by every other state? Are we doing something that's more restrictive than what's allowed in other states?
Well,
of the union?
I would say we're always on the forefront. We're the first state. I'm not real sure what, say, like Florida and Texas are doing, but I can tell you by experience, typically what they do is follow our lead and go the direction we've gone.
And industry has buy-in with this?
Oh, absolutely. I should have mentioned this before. I have actually, the Alligator Advisory Council has voted to support this entire notice of intent. And the Alligator Farmers and Ranchers Association actually has written a letter to the secretary to support the notice of intent.
Thank you very much.
Anything else? We have some comments on the issue. Mr. Corville?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commission members. Chad Corville, 416 Pointe-aux-Chenes, Lafayette, Louisiana, 70507. I'm here representing the Louisiana Landowners Association. I think you all received the letter on behalf of our members. Happy to answer any questions you might have in that regard. In that letter, you see where we're asking, where we're in support of the vast majority of all of these changes. The only thing that we're asking for you guys to consider is tightening up the language as it relates to water temperatures. I understand the 70 to 90 degrees year round, but that term year round is what gives us concern. I think while you may not have the benefit of looking at the best management practices, but in Article D of the best management practices, it says specifically shall not use cold temperatures for the sole purpose of slowing down the growth of animals. Our concern lies in, and Commissioner McPherson, you mentioned, why would we care about the animals grown on farms? Well, in the beginning, 17%, then 12, then 10, and perhaps assuming you guys vote favorably on the return rate reduction, those animals belong to the state. And that's why we care about what happens on farms. And many of those animals will ultimately be returned to property of many of the members of the Landowners Association, of which we obviously participate in. So that's why we care about what happens on farms. It's mainly those returns. Absolutely, what a business owner wants to do on, it's kind of their business, but it's not all their business, because the conditions on that farm impact the animals that are destined to be returned. I guess the lucky ones, if you want to call them that. And so our request, I think you probably saw it. We understand the need, and the BMPs capture very eloquently and appropriately the request of the Alligator Ranchers and Farmers Association, where there are some benefits and there aren't, as my understanding, health concerns of lowering the temperature prior to handling, as long as you do it appropriately. And I understand that you need to have that flexibility, but in our judgment, that 70-degree year-round flexibility is maybe a little bit too much. And so we're asking you guys to amend the NOI as it's written and restrict that. I forgot exactly what it says, but and I think I have a typo in there. It maybe should say, instead of subjected to water temperatures below 75 degrees for 15 consecutive days. Our judgment, we think that reduces the chance of somebody utilizing the wintertime temperatures to do what the BMP says don't do, which is use cold temperatures to slow the growth rates of those animals. Because, when those animals are being returned to the wild, it's not a friendly environment. So you want as robust an animal as possible when you return them. The department decides the right date, the right water temperature, the whole 9 yards. Those animals have a tough chance of surviving out there. Let's call a spade a spade. And so we would like them to be in the best condition as possible. So we think this suggested change still allows the farmers to do what they need to do and appropriately treat their animals, but it tightens up the regulation a bit, so that if, God forbid, somebody decides to take advantage, this limits that advantage they might be considering taking. Happy to field any questions.
So your recommendation is to change the temperature
No.
of the NOI?
No, my
Leave it like it
recommendation
is?
is just to add a phrase in there that limits the duration at which they can be subject to temperatures below 75. So
So
it's
how long?
15 days is my suggested time, but
Over a year? Or?
yes. So you can't, consecutive days, 15 consecutive days.
So I could do it for 15 days, turn the temperature up for 1 day and then go another 15 days?
If you chose to do that, but you'd certainly be violating the BMPs.
What is the BMP? Where does it?
Best management practice, I think the department staff and with the advice of their veterinarian have come up with, and through literature review and what have you, the most appropriate ways to house animals on farms, how to harvest them, the whole 9 yards.
But they explained that they don't know where that came from originally, whether it was to optimize alligator production or something. And your statement was that you're retarding the growth. Actually, you're enhancing the growth with the warmer temperatures year round. Is that not correct?
Yes.
You're just bringing it back what the alligator's growth would be under normal conditions if you kept if you allowed your hen house, your alligator house to be at ambient temperatures. Is that correct?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
But,
So what is y'all's concern?
our
I mean,
concern is about the returns that are coming back
Well,
to the property.
if I returned, if I wanted to have the greatest, I wouldn't artificially have them in a temperature here and then throw them into another temperature. If the temperature has anything to do with, if it's the growth rate, if I want bigger alligators, and maybe that's what the landowners want, is for them to pay for natural gas to heat their things. So is there?
The landowner, the department doesn't allow you to release in the winter. They wait until the spring so that water temperatures are adequate for those animals to make their adjustment over time. They don't go from the pen to the marsh immediately. There's a delay in there. So
What size, isn't there a size that they got to be released at?
you're talking out of my, Jeb's the expert, but I think it's 36 to 60. And then I think they allow a certain accumulation of inches over a certain size. And then once they get to a certain size, they don't allow them for return at all.
So an alligator that had the accelerated growth that you experienced in a domestic facility is a younger alligator than that length would be in a
Correct.
wild. So don't you think that alligator has got less chance of survivability as a younger animal?
I think you would have I'm not a alligator physiologist, but I would think if you're coming out of a cold pen, you're not as aggressively feeding, you're not going to compete well when you return to the wild.
But I guess that's the springtime release as opposed to a wintertime release.
Yeah, but you could theoretically be taking me, if I'm that alligator, out of a cold temperature where I haven't been eating and I haven't been growing because the water.
I don't want to debate you, but if I was following your argument, then I'd say that you got to warm them up before you turn them loose. But you're saying you're going to put them to an ambient temperature before they're released. So
Yeah, what I'm saying is in the months of October, November, December, and January and February, when you're carrying that animal, what those guys do to their animals, not that I'm worried about the ones, and we as a landowner association are worried about the ones that are destined to go back in the wild. And we don't want those to have the power cut and the feed cut off to them because in our judgment, they're not going to survive as well. A vigorous alligator is going to have a better chance of survival. Now, you may think we've got too many alligators, and I'm not sure I would argue against that, but their own BMP says don't cool the temperature for the sole purpose of slowing the growth rate. And I think our suggested revision to the NOI reduces the likelihood that and tightens up that 70 to 90 year round.
The BMP that I've never seen, it sounds like is to maximize domestic production. It's not to maximize survivability of the released alligators. It has nothing to do with that.
I think it's a good, healthy alligator is a good, healthy alligator on a farm and one to be released. But if you weren't planning on treating it to the best of your ability, you should have left the egg in the marsh and never picked him up. And so again, our concern isn't with all the regulations. We think most of them are okay. We want to tighten up. And what's going to happen is, maybe nobody does this, but maybe somebody does. And so they get cited and then they go to court and then they say, well, regulation said I was fine. This, in our judgment, tightens up that regulation and reduces that wiggle room for somebody who, look, everybody in the alligator farm industry, as my understanding, are all 100% above the board, would never mistreat an alligator. But regulations are what they are. Court systems are what they are. Proving violations are what they are. Broad regulations lead to wiggle room, and people can get out of things when they make a mistake.
Am I correct? In the
Purposely
free
do something
market,
wrong.
y'all sell the eggs to willing buyers?
We sell the eggs, yes.
And y'all can put whatever conditions you want on that willing buyer.
And we
because they're
do.
releasing back to you, aren't they?
And we do as the company I represent, but people make different decisions, and collectively, it's our job to make sure the animals are in the best condition possible when they go back into the wild, whether that's on my property, your property, or anybody else's.
Okay, yes.
Just a question, in the wild, are you able to maintain a temperature that is gonna be
Absolutely
for
not.
15 days in a row?
Absolutely not. But those animals have never been put on a farm and exposed to those conditions. So they've learned to adapt over the course of their lifespan, or they die. And that, a lot of that happens between cannibalism, natural mortality, you name it. It's not a friendly environment, whether everybody thinks alligators are such a tough animal. They don't have it's not Shangri-La for them out there either. It's a rough environment. So those animals have never experienced, again, look, you don't want to house it, in our judgment, properly, never pick it up. But I think when you do have it, you have a responsibility. And again, we support the vast majority of these regulations, including this one. We just believe the regulation wording needs to be tightened up a bit to avoid potential abuse.
Was this brought to the alligator task force to talk about?
Alligator
And did
Advisory
they-
Council,
did they-
it was.
Did they discuss this?
This thing has been discussed for probably about 2 total years. There are differences of opinion and strong ones. There are different evaluations and analysis of the literature that exists on this specific issue. In my judgment, this is the middle ground. It's not 75 or nothing else, because there's a lot of folks that think 75 is the bottom threshold. That may be true, it may not be true. I don't know that answer. Again, my concern is regulations, somebody, and good lawyers, nothing against you, General Counsel Garrett, find holes in regulations to get out of when they make a mistake, or if they purposely take actions that aren't appropriate. So, but yes, that group did vote. They voted in favor of it. I was on that. I abstained because I was leading the meeting. There were 1 dissenting vote and 2 landowners were not there at that meeting. And I think is what precipitated the comments from the Landowners Association.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Corbett. We have Noel Kindler who would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and Commission members. My name is Noel Kindler, 3315 Schwing Road, New Iberia, Louisiana. For 37 years, I worked for the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries the entire time frame in the fur bear and alligator program. And for the last 14 years of my career, I was the alligator program manager. So I'm here today to talk to you about this regulation change. I support all of it, except the temperature change from bring it down to 70 degrees. I'm not here representing anybody, but I think this change could have a long-term negative impact on the department's overall alligator farming program. If we look at international standards like Jeb referenced relative to killing standard, there are some international standards relative to temperatures, optimal temperatures for alligators and crocodiles in grow-out facilities. One, the Crocodile Specialist Group, which is an organization of crocodilian biologists throughout the world, created a best management practices for crocodilians. And their limitation in temperature is 77 degrees. And they say suboptimal temperatures of less than 77, particularly with young animals, can lead to physiological problems and disease through decreased immunity. Also reduced growth rates and potentially higher mortality. There are other international standards out there, and they refer to their standards as good operating practices, of which many of our farmers are members of. And their acceptable temperature range is 75 to 93 degrees. And they say exposure to cool temperatures for prolonged periods of time, less than 75 degrees, is not appropriate for raising alligators in captivity. A lot of this comes back to appropriate providing appropriate animal welfare for animals that you're holding in captivity. And animal welfare issues is at the paramount of growing any animal in a captive situation, ranching it and then harvesting it for sale. So we have to maintain the highest standards of animal welfare on our farms. As Jeb mentioned, Louisiana has always been the leader of the alligator and crocodile industries throughout the world. In fact, our program is mimicked by states and countries throughout the world. Jeb mentioned they provided you with a literature search of can alligators tolerate cold temperatures? Well, that literature search is weak at best. There's not a study cited in there where they put alligators at 70 degrees, grew them year round at that temperature, and saw the impact of that temperature on alligator growth and survivability. They cite a bunch of studies that did it for a short period of time, and they also cite stuff that's relative to wild alligator populations, which has nothing to do with this conversation. This issue started off in 2019 with a letter from the Louisiana Alligator Farmers Association to Chairman Suntory at that time. And I'll read what they asked for. Currently, the regulation requires a minimum temperature of 80 degrees. Our members have discussed this with the department, lowering this requirement to 70 degrees in certain situations. Normally, all farmers maintain a temperature of 80 degrees Fahrenheit to achieve optimal growth. At times, while sorting alligators for catching alligators for release, lowering the temperature to straight well water helps to calm the animals for safer handling. And I agree with that. But they asked for only 70 degrees for certain situations. They didn't ask for 70 degrees year round. So I'm not sure how we got to that point with this regulation change. So they're asking for something that the Farmers and Ranchers Association didn't request in their initial correspondence with the department. Jeb mentions we don't regulate for profitability. Everything we've ever done for alligators through this department, the alligators managed as a commercial wildlife resource. So everything we've ever done in setting regulations is to make it a commercially viable enterprise and management program. And if you look at the department's report, annual report to the state legislature, it's the very introductory paragraph cites how many alligators, wild alligators have we killed over the years of the program? How many eggs have we collected? How many alligator skins have been sold? What is the value of that resource to the state and to the department? So it is a commercial entity. We regulate for profitability in all aspects of the regulation, just as we do for like shrimp and other commercial species. So we can't take profitability out of this equation. So why do we have 1 million alligators on farms? It's because it's a profitable enterprise, and it's a profitable enterprise because we have a set of regulations in which the farmers can operate in, and it provides structure for them. It provides adherence to all U.S. Fish and Wildlife regulations. It provides issuance for adherence to all CITES regulations, which you need to export alligators out of state. So we cannot take profitability out of the equation. Bringing alligators down to 70 degrees for any period of time, in my opinion, will minimize growth, potentially cause more disease. So that's not what we want to achieve on our alligator farms or have them their ability to do. We adhere to international standards for killing. We should adhere to international standards for temperature growth. What I would recommend would be provide a minimum year-round temperature of 75 degrees with an allowance for a short opportunity of farmers to reduce temperatures to 70 degrees for specific on-farm management purposes. And that's for a 2 to 3 day window where they may want to cool animals down to help handle them prior to slaughter for grading purposes or prepare them for release to the wild, but not a 70-degree year-round temperature. Thank you. Any questions?
I'd like to respond to that.
All right. Response?
Let me ask a question to kind of preface your remarks. How did we go? How did we go from the alligator farmers asking for a short window to be able to handle the alligators to it being open where they could do it at any time?
So the alligator farmers that talked to me, and this goes back years. That letter, I'm not sure exactly where that came from.
It came from Laffer to Chairman Simpson.
Yeah, but
2019.
okay, but prior to 2019, with the question that was always asked to me directly was never anything specific. It was, do they have to be kept at 80 degrees? Because we think that they get just as good a grow out below 80 degrees and they're less aggressive. That was the only question that was asked. So we went into it, myself and two other alligator program biologists and Dr. Javier Navarez, with no preconceived notion of where anything should be. And we looked at it from the standpoint is what is suitable for animal husbandry. And if we're not looking at it from the standpoint of growing out the animal as fast as we possibly can. What is acceptable for the animal's health? So that's where we went with it. We didn't go from 75 to 70. That was never 75. No temperature was ever really mentioned to us. Noel is correct that other international standards such as ICFA and the CSG are 75. The important thing to note there is that those regulations are specific to all crocodilian species worldwide. So there's roughly about 30 species of crocodilians worldwide. Several species of crocs, several species of caiman, only 2 species of alligator. One's the American and one's the Chinese, which is almost extinct. Almost every one of those 30 species is extremely tropical in nature. They do not tolerate cold weather. There's a reason why the only place we have American crocodiles are in South Florida. We don't even have them in central or northern Florida because they can't tolerate the cold. So the CSG's standards and ICFA standards, because ICFA is crocodilian farming worldwide, is looking at the whole, all 30 species as a whole. So that's the difference.
So you don't, do you disagree on the concern about disease?
Absolutely. Our veterinarian at LSU, as well as our veterinarian here with the department, Jim LaCour, has made it clear that if anything, typically speaking, with warmer temperatures, there's more concern with bacteria and disease. There's no reason to believe that animals raised at lower temperatures and eat less will do anything other than grow slower. And the sliding scale is what handles that on releases. So, if they have smaller animals, they're going to release more of them. That's why we have a sliding scale. Additionally, my biologists and technicians handle every single alligator that's released into the wild. And they routinely reject animals that are not suitable, that are malnutritioned. If they're skinny, if there's anything wrong with them, they're going to be rejected and not allowed to be returned to the wild. And we have done that, and we will continue to do that.
Let me ask you one last question. In your opinion, is there a reason to still be releasing alligators back to the wild with the numbers that we have in the wild? Is there some areas or
well,
is there a general statement you can make?
I would go back to what I said in the beginning, that releasing alligators is returning recruitment to the wild. And if you are worried about maximum egg production, you need to return animals back to the wild. You quite simply can't take 600,000 eggs out year after year after year after year and not expect there to be some negative impact on the population. Now we have, I think Chad mentioned earlier, we started off at 70%. We have slowly throttled back on that release rate. And now we're going all the way down to 5%, which is extremely minimal. And again, it's 5% of what you hatch. So if they pick up 600,000 eggs, they're only going to hatch 85, 90% of them. And so you're returning 5% of that 85 or 90%. I would be very cautious about going below 5% for several reasons. The main one is potential for decreased egg production in the future. And it's not that it can't be turned around, because we drove the population down to near extirpation, and we've obviously done a great job of recovering the population. So it's not that we can't turn it around, but it's not going to happen overnight. So you're not going to turn it around overnight.
Good question. I hear you saying we don't have to keep them at 75 degrees. We don't have to keep them at 80. It's not gonna make a difference. I hear Mr. Kindler saying something else, and Mr. Corville saying something else. Who has, you said y'all looked at it. What do the studies say? What does the research say? Do you have research to back up this temperature change?
There's no reason to believe that they're not going to survive the same when that's the temperature in the wild.
That wasn't my question.
Have we studied, have we grown
Is there
out
research?
Have we grown out alligators at 70 degrees for a year? And no, we haven't, but we haven't done it at 80 either.
It's just a simple question. Are there studies? Do you have research? What are you looking to other than just anecdotal?
Well, it's not anecdotal. There's research that shows that at Rockefeller, in that literature review, that when alligators were grown at 74 degrees average temperature, it's in that literature review, average temperature, 74 degrees, they had great growth rates.
Okay, where's the literature review?
It was sent to you yesterday. I apologize for that. You might not have.
No, I don't. Okay, and let me ask Mr. Kindler, what research are you basing your position on, sir?
Well, I'm saying various international bodies have looked at what is optimal temperature for alligators that are being, or crocodilians being held in captivity, which I'm saying take the wild out of this equation. Because we're talking about animal welfare on farms in a captive situation. And those international bodies have come to conclusions, in one case 77 degrees, in the other case 75, as quote, optimal temperatures for alligator growth.
For
Now,
alligator or crocodile?
Both. Now, alligators will survive at 70. They'll eat a little bit, grow minimally, but that's not what we need to do to regulate our farmers. Farmers are here to make a profit on alligators as they grow them, sell them, reduce increase survivability as opposed to leaving them in a wild. We need to be cognizant of animal welfare in all aspects of any culture we do, and in particular, alligator, crocodile, the whole exotic skin market is always at the precipice of attacks by animal rights groups, etc. So we don't need to be setting, quote, what I think are minimal standards for temperature. We should be setting optimal temperatures for standards.
Sure. So the question is not, can we raise them and they'll still be alive and we can throw them out there? It's, are we doing our best?
That's correct.
Animal welfare. Mr. Corville. Yes, sir. Please tell me your
Wait a minute, I have
thoughts.
a question.
Well,
Speaker,
when,
if I could, please.
oh, but my question was three parts to him, and
Okay,
him.
well,
Give
he
me
can
a
come back
sec,
up then.
and then he can tell you. Go ahead, Mr. Corville.
I guess I need to restate my name and address, but I think Mr. Linscomb kind of hit on it. If the concern of the return rate that the department appears to have, wouldn't you want to return the most robust animal back into the wild? And that, again, from the landowner standpoint, we see what Mr. Kindler is talking about and agree. And I don't think he and I are that different. We get that prior to handling, prior to return, we get that part that the farmers are asking for. My concern, again, back to the wording, words matter. I just want to tighten that window up to reduce the likelihood of abusing a regulation that's awfully broad in nature. Look, the likelihood of getting an alligator born to 70 degrees in July in South Louisiana does not exist. It'd be impossible. But the chances of getting there in the wintertime are there. Those returns are destined to the wild. We need them if we believe that that's going to be a component in egg production. It doesn't make any sense to leave that opening for somebody to perhaps wiggle through at some point. So that's my 10 cents for whatever it's worth. And I don't care how you tighten the window
Right.
and tighten the wording. I just offered a suggestion, not being an attorney, but just throwing something at it to tighten that
Sure.
window.
All right, thank you. Commissioner McPherson.
Let me ask you one quick, Mr. Noel. You obviously have a tremendous amount of expertise and all, and I appreciate you being here today. Do you still do consulting?
Yes, I do.
Who do you consult for?
A number of alligator farmers and some landowners, et cetera.
Okay.
But I'm not representing, none of them have asked me to come here and speak on this issue. I'm speaking on this issue from a standpoint of being knowledgeable about what's happening in the world of exotic leathers. And what I think is important for this department to do, based on my years of experience in the industry.
And y'all just have, as two professionals with a great deal of expertise, y'all just disagree on whether you're gonna have more infection and more diseases at lower temperatures or higher temperatures,
Well,
it sounds like.
let me clarify what I think. So first of all, Noel and I talk every week, multiple times. I have a great deal of respect for Noel. I reach out to him constantly. How do I handle this? What do I do about this? In this situation, we really don't have a difference of opinion in science. It's not really a difference of opinion in science. What we have is a philosophical difference of opinion in how you should have regulations and why you should have regulations. And Noel believes that the regulation should be for optimal growth. And I simply don't believe, yeah, they're right. You're going to have a smaller animal if you truly do grow them at 70 degrees and feed them a little bit. But Chad and Noel are somehow making the assumption that a larger animal is a more optimal animal. And we just don't see it that way. In terms of the biologists with the alligator program now. Yes, a larger animal will survive better and a smaller animal will not survive as well. We have tons of data showing that. And that's why we have a sliding scale.
But if we were.
That's
that
why
worried
we
about
have
that, we would say that you need a larger size to release to the wild, whatever is age.
No, you release more animals if they're smaller. I mean, we handle it with the sliding scale. So the concept that an alligator that's 50 inches long that got that way in 12 months is more optimal than an alligator that got that way in 3 or 4 years is, I think, a fallacy.
With your rules, we're allowing more flexibility for an alligator farmer to determine what's best for his operation and his profitability.
Correct. And again, it's a philosophical difference. In my mind, more than it is a real scientific disagreement.
Can I clarify one thing? Since he said he was speaking, knew what I was thinking. Alligator farmers have limited space on their farms. They take in a hatchling in September, they grow it for anywhere from 10 to 16 months, and they need to harvest that animal to make room for next year's crop of hatchlings that come in. You put an animal at 70 degrees year round, he'll be growing that alligator for 5 years or more to get to a marketable size. That's not what we're regulating for here in Louisiana. We're regulating for a farm to manage the animal so he can continue his, the production aspect of this. And like I said, every part of our alligator route is about commercial production, whether it's harvesting wild animals or farm-raised animals or nuisance animals. It's about commercial. It's a commercial species. We're not here to let an animal sit on a farm for 4 or 5 years till it gets to some marketable size. That no alligator farmer wants to do that to begin with. He wouldn't be profitable at that point. He wouldn't stay in business.
I just hope Commissioner Strain didn't listen to the discussion this morning.
Madam Chairperson, I'm sorry to make this longer, but is there a difference of opinion between growing alligators for consumption compared to growing them for the hides in this discussion at all?
No.
So there's nothing to do with any of that. It just, this is strict. So, you know, I'm thinking about making a motion to leave that temperature thing as it is, accept everything else, and then leave that at 80 degrees.
Let me make the motion.
I'm sorry?
Let me make the motion.
You can if you want. I mean, I was
Well-
just gonna do that because it's to stop the debate, basically.
Well, let me,
You stop debate by calling questions.
No,
I'm
well,
gonna-
we don't have a motion yet, though.
I'm gonna make a motion that that OI be changed to read that.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, if you want to entertain someone making a solution. besides yourself.
Yes, right. I want,
Or you could remove your hat as chairman, turn it over to the vice chair.
well, let me suggest.
This is my suggestion, and you can.
Okay, go ahead. Give me a suggestion,
What,
Commissioner.
what I'd like to do is make a motion that we accept the NOI as it is, except on the water temperature, and put the water temperature at 75 degrees to 90 degrees. Only to change the water temperature to 70 degrees on a 3-day window in harvesting to tame the alligator down right there.
Well, you don't need
let
to
me-
say the reason, you would just want.
Wait. Perhaps, we're on the same page, but if you would be interested in making it a 5-day maximum at no lower,
Yes,
than 70 in connection with either, release, harvest, or sorting.
I
With
would,
a
I would entertain,
planned release, harvest, or sorting event.
right, I would entertain.
Well,
that,
I'm
but-
just suggesting
No,
you
but
might
that's
want to
it,
put that in.
because that way we'd have that 5-day window, right
Right.
there. Because anything that's below 70 degrees, the alligator or any reptile is gonna go dormant. It
Right, or
makes,
even at
it makes no sense for us to put it below 70 degrees. Because if it does, then, at least I think anyway, they're
Right,
gonna go
so do
dormant.
we have a second? Do we have a second?
I'll second it for debate.
We have a second.
Discussion.
I think the secretary would like to be.
Yes, sir, Mr. Secretary.
I can't see how we can't take our experts that we have hired and take their advice. We cannot dictate to the farmers how they're going to raise their alligators. We're trying to give them a window of how to do it. And now we're debating whether it's going to be 75, 70, or 3 days, or 4 days, or 5 days. Listen, I harvested alligators 12 months out of the year. So if you start putting restrictions in there, you're going to restrict the farmer's ability and our department's ability to be able to oversee what's going on. This has never been a problem. Now we got a solution looking for a problem.
Well, just briefly in response. I'm assuming all good actors in the industry. But unfortunately, in everything, they're bad actors. And I think it's important, you know, what I'm hearing is, because I'm hearing it another way is, we can starve them for a while, and get them in a dormant state and still be able to do what we need to do and still be able to make money. And again, yeah, the farmers should be able to make decisions, but we have a duty in terms of animal welfare in areas where we're doing the regulation.
Madam Chairman,
Eh,
let me
I
tell
don't
you,
even
I-
like alligators.
I was in the alligator industry.
I
okay?
understand, sir.
And I can tell you there was no bad actors. And if they did have some bad actors, they were taken out. Our department does a great job of regulating this industry and overseeing what needs to be done, especially when it comes to animal, the health of the animals, okay? They understand that if we don't do what we need to do as a department, that we jeopardize the whole industry, especially with all of the things going on in the world today where animals have more rights than humans. So, you know, I stand by my people. They've done a great job in this industry. And I would ask that you seriously consider supporting what they're trying to do.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Commissioner.
Chair. I'm concerned about enforcement of getting to, you know, a 5-day. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna get people call in and say, look, I got X amount of alligators, number that I'm gonna be doing for this time. And then this is, you know, I just see something that can turn into something that's totally unenforceable. I'm sorry?
You seconded the motion.
I did for this, the discussion.
So now you're gonna withdraw your second.
I wasn't gonna withdraw it yet. What I'm doing is I wanted to hear some more about it, because look, I'm in an industry that's so highly regulated that, you know, trying to actually get any enforcement agent to either in the health department or in the agriculture department or in the Department of Wildlife and Fishery Resource Management, biological, or law enforcement, it's such a challenge. And you know, are we gonna try to get it to where you have to micromanage a thing so darn much that it's totally impossible to do it unless you have some call-in program or something to let everyone know exactly what you're doing all the time? And that's something that concerns me, because Big Brother, I'm sorry, it's out of control.
Anything further?
With that, I'm gonna withdraw my second.
Try the second. Any other motion?
I move to accept the
I'm withdraw my motion, just go with the department's recommendations on their NOI.
I second his motion to adopt the NOI.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's have a roll call, please. Miss Susan? What's that? Well, we've already had public comment.
Yes, ma'am, it would be appropriate to accept public comment. before you
Okay.
vote on it.
Please, Mr. Corville. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. As it relates to the sliding scale, you still need a robust 3-footer to survive in the wild. A lethargic 3-footer has no chance. So let's do that. As far as regulating the time window, Commissioner Sinceri, and I'm going to apologize in advance, but I doubt that you would be comfortable broadening the temperature range for oysters kept on an oyster boat. This is very similar to that. And so
I never agreed with it, the waste temperature.
But you hear what I'm,
requirement.
my correlation is similar. We're broadening a regulation now to broaden the potential for abuse. And so again, it's okay to bring them down for a short duration. It's the year-round concern, I think, that everybody has. So I appreciate the secretary's comments, but I've worked with several farmers too. What's suggested is what these guys have been asking for. There is absolutely a chance of abuse of this regulation 70 degrees year-round. And anybody to say otherwise is delusion. Yes, the department does a nice job, but they have a challenge at 80 degrees, they'll have a challenge at 70 degrees. Broadening it more, the only person that's gonna suffer is the animal. Thank you.
One of the, and maybe it was Mr. Kinlan brought it up, you know, when we're looking at problems with our exports and we're looking at the folks who are trying to stop people from buying or producing alligator belts and alligator boots and anything made out of something skin. One of their main concerns is the welfare of the animal. That's one of the things they bring up. It would seem like to preserve the market, the more that we did to ensure that we're not cutting corners, that we're doing our best to raise the animal in a humane way, to kill it. Of course, that's kind of an oxymoron, to kill it in a humane way. I think it gives us a much better position when we're dealing with the folks who are saying, don't wear anything made out of leather, whether it's alligator or fur or anything else. Yes, any further discussion? Okay. Vote.
Bill Hogan,
Yes.
Dusty Guidry.
Yes.
John McPherson,
Yes.
Andrew Blanchard,
Yes.
Allison Sarah,
Yes.
Gene Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Chair, we have 6 votes in favor.
Record me as a no, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And one opposed.
All right. Next item on the agenda. Ms. Bork. Receive and consider declaration of emergency to set the 21-22 oyster season.
Sorry about the delay. I was also stuck on the same traffic jam as Jeb coming from Lafayette. My name is, excuse me, Carolina Bork. I'm the Oyster Program Manager for Wildlife and Fisheries. Before I start, I'm going to be presenting today the oyster stock assessment results and the oyster stock season recommendations for 2021 and 2022 season recommendations. I would like to thank all the biologists and the staff for making possible the recommendations today. And my presentation today is not as conflicting as other items, so it should be as smooth. And the industry also has supported our recommendations. And thank you, commissions, for holding on so long on those items. So I'm going to start with some background information showing the overall trend of the historical commercial information of the historical landings in Louisiana. Here we are combining both private leases and public seed ground informations. These are landings on the X and the XYs, landings per millions of pounds of meat of oysters. And so the landings in pounds of meat is data from NOAA and trip ticket landings since the year of 1961. You can see lots of up and downs over the years, and mainly due to a multitude of environmental changes between both man-made and natural disasters. So it shows you in the graph a little bit on the total, the landings for 2019 were already down. They were reported for about estimated as 7.8 millions of pounds of meat, while 2020 really dropped to 3.8 million pounds of meat. That was the lowest ever recorded since 1961. So that is just a reminder, you know, we have in 2020, we were affected by the pandemic. We had the restaurant shutting down, and we had also multiple natural disasters. So when we look into a bar graph, now is pretty much the same graph as the previous one, but we are looking at the data only between the year of 2000 until 2020, last year. And so when we look at the long-term data, it shows that Louisiana was usually landing about 12 millions of pounds per, you know, the average landings. However, data from landings from 2020 showed that the production was 71% below the long-term average. So there is already a decrease of 55% for the 2019 landings. And once again, 2019, we were also affected by the Mississippi River extreme floods that affected pretty much all the basins in Louisiana. So when we gather that data and we split between private landings and public landings, in light gray, we have the private leases landings, and the public city grounds is in black. You notice there's a big shift over the years over time in landings. So in 2020, only 99% of the overall landings came from the private leases, and only 1% came from the public seed grounds. And so this overall change demonstrates how the private leases have managed and invested so much in their own private grounds. They have kept up with production and the demand for the market oysters. It also reflects how the public areas are in such bad shape due to so many different environmental conditions. So now we're gonna get into the stock assessment, the data that's collected by wildlife and fisheries biologists. Here we have a map of Louisiana. In white, it represents the public seed oyster, the public oyster areas that is managed by wildlife and fisheries. We have an estimated of 1.7 million acres of water bottoms. And in yellow is the stations where the biologists collect the data. And so we collect the data in July every year, and the data is collected by scuba dive samples. And so at each station, the biologists go and collect the data 5 times, and we use that data and extrapolate the data using what we have the data from each reef, which is the side scan sonar of that area. By using that, we can extrapolate and estimate how much is in that reef, and make the stock assessment, get that stock assessment numbers. So when we plot the data into the graph, now we are talking barrels of oysters available within all the seed grounds in Louisiana. The data here is from the year 2000 until 2021. And so when we look at the data between seed, which is smaller than 3 inches, and sack size oysters, which is larger than 3 inches, we can see there's an overall decline since the year of 2000. You can see the long line is the long-term data. So we are 83% below that long-term data. So finally, the numbers here represent the totals from the stock assessment. So it's separated by the areas from east to west of Louisiana. I'm not going to go into details of each number and such, but pretty much the numbers represented, shown in green, it represents an increase while comparing from last year's stock assessment. And if it's in red, it's a decrease from last year's stock assessment. So finally, the recommendations for the oyster season for 2022 oyster season is not very different from last year, where the seed grounds are still in recovery mode from the 2019 floods and so many different storms in 2020 and years of degradation of the oyster reefs. We are recommending a 1-day bedding season in Sister Lake, following that regulation of 15% of known living material allowed in bedding loads. That 1-day bedding would be is recommended on Monday, October 25th. It closes within the same day. Then the following day, it would open October 26th, would be the market size oysters, larger than 3 inches, closing then on October 29th. Everything else will be east of the river, and every other areas in the public seed grounds, except for Calcasieu, will be recommended to be closed. Calcasieu opening will be recommended opening on November 1st. We also have the recommendations of the sack limits per vessel would be 25 sack of oysters in Sister Lake area and 10 sacks per limit in Calcasieu area. And with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions?
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chairperson.
All righty.
I'd like to make a motion that we support the NOI as written, with also an urge and request to the state Senate and the state House of Representatives that they work toward passing legislation to close the failed Bohemia salinity control structure and try to find the funding to do so. Just because the public oyster grounds since that time have, which is the most prolific oyster grounds in the world, have not been productive since that failed salinity control structure that was supposed to help the oyster industry has actually caused its demise in the public oyster grounds.
Making a motion to accept that.
accept it as it is with, along with that urgent request.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further comment, discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. I think, Ms. Bork, you're up next as well to receive and consider declaration of emergency to designate temporary natural oyster reef in Lake Byray ahead of Terrebonne Marsh creation project.
Okay, thank you for having me again. I'm not sure, Joe, if I'm on the presentation mode. I'm trying, but it shows there, but I don't know if it is moving on my screen, but it's not moving in that screen.
This might be an older version. Yeah, it's running from a different version. Okay, that was your previous, correct? This one.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so thank you for having me again. I'll just, it's a brief presentation too, and I will just present you to consider the designation of a temporary natural oyster reef in Lake Beret area, which is in Terrebonne Parish. This has been also supported by the oyster industry. So just to give you a little background on this project, there's a CPRA marsh creation project in Lake Beret, which is in Terrebonne area. They plan to transport sediment from an area that will be designated as a borrow site. So the area will be excavated, building marsh creation, and we got a request from the local industry and then local surveys, CPRA surveys of the area suggesting there's oyster life in the area. So, so the designation of this Lake Beret temporary natural oyster reef is needed to allow oyster harvest any material and oyster resources before the borrowing activities begin. So this this project was this natural reef creation was requested direct by the oyster industry. And under legislation under 56/434, it allows the commission to designate natural reefs and set aside state water bottoms for planting, growth, propagation, and policing the seed oysters for the use of the oyster industry. So this is important due to the overall declining and availability of the oyster resource and the overall seed grounds. So this is a general map of the area, as I mentioned before, is in Terrebonne Parish, Lake Beret. We have 2 areas that are proposed to be designated. And we are including as much of the borough area that will be used. But at the same time, we're leaving buffer between the borough areas, the designation of the area to be harvested, and the neighboring private leases. So it'd be easier for enforcement and prevent any accidental harvest in those private leases. So if approved, we plan to open, it's about 1,200 acres of a bedding only area. That means the private leaseholders with a license, they can come into the sea grounds, harvest for that temporary time, and transfer any material to their private leases ahead of the CPRA work commencement. So we mail letters to the leaseholders surrounding that to be designated area. And we also presented at 2 different oyster task force meetings. We are proposing a temporary season to open before the actual oyster season, which I proposed and it was recommended in the different presentation. So it's a different oyster season. So we will open on Monday, October 11, and close Friday, October 22. So it'll be 2 separate seasons, easier for enforcement to enforce, and is gonna be a bedding only, meaning they can move any material. And we will not enforce the 15% material rule, which we usually enforce in the regular oyster season. In this season is special because, the project is gonna be dug up anyway, so the private leaseholders can get in there and use any of materials to use in their private grounds. With that, I can take any questions.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Make a motion to favor of the NOI.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Maybe you should bring up other issues like menhaden and ducks, because then we can just get complete agreement and roll right through, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right. Huh?
I could have said a lot more stuff, but I've
Don't-
said it
don't- don't.
at previous meetings, so I'm not gonna.
Yep.
I'm not gonna say it again.
All right. All right. Number 16 on the agenda, receive and consider notice of intent to add an update domestic aquatic organism permit fees by Mr. Bourgeois, our fisheries biologist.
There it is.
All right. So as you said, I'm here to present NOI to update domestic aquatic organism permit fees as mandated by Act 356 of the legislative session. In the legislative session, they increased the domestic aquatic, they authorized us to increase the domestic aquatic organism fee, license fee, and also created 2 classifications, a culture permit at the cost of $100, and all other species-related permits under the DAO will cost $50. This is how the permit structure looks on the old fees and how it will look now. And if you have any questions, I'll take them now.
No, go ahead.
Good.
No, I was gonna make a motion. Madam Chair,
Yes.
I was gonna make a motion
Well,
to support the NOI as written.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor? All
Thank you.
opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. I think he did better than Carolina. All right. And the next item on the agenda Receive and consider an NOI to add a coastal buffer zone to Menhaden harvest regulations by Mr. Adrian, our marine, one of our marine fisheries biologists.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and I appreciate that primer earlier. Hopefully, I will try to make this quick. I'll skip over some of this history that you all are well aware of on how this got to the commission initially and where we are now. I will add, however, the one last item there, which is the most recent thing that's happened in the history of this, is that there was a bill that made it to conference committee in the legislature. That bill, there was no agreement before the session ended. And I will note, we are moving forward in working on designing a bycatch study and getting that out through our state purchasing process so that we can complete that study. That's going to be completely dependent on how long that state purchasing process takes, but I just wanted to let you all know about that. So to get to the notice of intent, it establishes a 1/4 mile buffer seaward of the inside-outside line along the entire coast. There are exceptions. These exceptions are those ones that you've heard about before that the industry tries to hold to. That's that 1 mile buffer from Bell Pass to Caminada Bass. So those areas off of Elmer's Island, 3 miles from Caminada Pass to Barataria Pass. So 3 miles off of Grand Isle, and then another 1 mile buffer off West Grand Terre Island. So from Barataria Pass to Paso Bell. And in this notice of intent, the secretary's provided the authority to take all the necessary steps to effectuate it. And with that, I'll take any questions. Oh, I do have maps. I apologize. Just trying to keep it brief, but they're hard to see because of the scale of the map, and you've seen these before. And I'll scroll down and we'll leave it at the statewide map. But that 1/4 mile buffer is drawn relative to the inside-outside line in each of these maps, including the sounds. You can see there where that bigger buffer starts at Bell Pass, that 1 mile. Then you can see the 3 mile off of Grand Isle and the 1 mile again off West Grand Terre. The buffer around the sounds, and then this is just that statewide view.
Yes.
How much money is appropriated for the bycatch study?
That I am not quite sure of.
Use up to $1 million out of the artificial reef fund for that.
Yes.
This letter from Representative Ogeron is in reference to this, correct, Patrick?
Yes, sir.
And it says, let's see. It's premature to act this change when an impending study to look at the effects is currently being done. So there's a current study going on, correct? And when is that going to actually be completed?
There is no current study. We're in the process of spinning that study up.
I got you. But once it gets going, how long does it take to start?
It'll be over a course of one commercial season.
Okay.
Once we get it in place, the key is that state purchasing process of whether it starts in this upcoming season or the 2023 season.
Gotcha.
Could be 2 years.
It could be the 2023 season, dependent upon state purchasing.
Yes.
Even though the legislature, I mean, we have the funds available. And it can be used out of this fund that we have. Why would, and it seems like it's urgent, why couldn't we get this done now rather than waiting?
I'll try to answer that as best I can. We certainly are pressing on the Office of State Purchasing to move as quickly as possible. But sometimes studies like this require, rather than just a straight contract, sometimes they require what's called a request for proposals, which ends up taking state purchasing a lot longer to work through their process. But the hope is we will be able to get this in place by the time this upcoming season starts. But it's just, you never can quite guarantee how quickly the crank will go over at state purchasing. So that's why we wanted to at least let you know that there's no guarantee, but we're pressing as hard as we can.
Third Monday in April through November 1. Of this year.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Do we have anybody from the gated industry?
We do. We're gonna get to the public comment. Any other comments? Let's start with Mr. Fisher.
That this item had 9 comments that came in via the written email portal before the deadline. That includes Representative Orgeron's, which Commissioner Guidry had previously discussed. We did receive 34 after that deadline. We did informally provide those to you, but those will not be made part of the record.
Thank you.
Right.
Fish.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you all for allowing me to speak today. Richard Fisher, representing the Louisiana Charter Boat Association, Meadowdale Street in Metairie. Here to say that the entire that I've spoken with, charter fleet and the entire recreational sector that I am aware of is against a 1/4 mile buffer zone, which I believe is what we are going to be talking about here today. We believe that's woefully and grossly inadequate to address the concerns that our recreational coalition has. And we would hope that you would vote against a 1/4 mile. We believe that that's just a feel-good measure that would really practically have no in practice effects out on the fishery. And it would, quite frankly, lead to a situation to where it would not create a resolution. I'll put it to you that way. So thank you all for allowing me to speak. And if y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do you think it'd be better if we wait for the results of this study, Mr. Fisher?
I'd rather withhold comment on that.
Why withhold comment? Tell us what you think. Would it be better if we wait for the results of this study?
I think for this measure,
No, that's not my question. Before we do anything, would it be better if we wait for the results of the study so that we can take appropriate action?
in my opinion, without speaking with others that are potentially might have a different opinion, I do not believe that it is necessary to wait until the end of the study, but that's my opinion. I'm happy to listen to other opinions and be swayed potentially.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fisher.
Madam Chair.
Somebody, oh, yes, sir, Mr. Reynolds.
I was late coming. I was late coming to this party. I think it started back in February. But I've been doing a lot of research, a lot of studies, and I followed it over the legislature with some of my friends that were over there and all this. It was my understanding, and I feel this would be appropriate, that everyone agreed that we would have the study, and then wherever the cards fall there, you make the decision on that. Whether, because the old data goes back to 2016, and I'm not sure where that data came from. The old data indicated, according to the people in the department, that the bycatch was insignificant, less than 5%. That may be true, that may not be true. But in my opinion, I think we all need to just cool our jets here and let this study happen, and then call the shot when you get the data to make that call. What do you think? Didn't everybody agree to this? say at the end of the
No, I can
legislature?
answer that, no.
There may be inside politics, baseball agreements that were made.
Okay, here's
Um,
another kicker. There are two bills that are going to be filed in the spring. I know for a fact because I've talked to both of the guys that are doing it. And so those bills are probably going to be much farther out and then you have to start this fight all over again. Here again, they won't have the data when these bills are filed. So it's my opinion, we need this study done so we'll know for sure whether it's a factor or not.
I think from our previous conversations that we've had here, the commission as well as the legislature, I believe it's been firmly established that there are factors outside of the data that we, at least in the charter sector, believe would be necessary to push these guys off the coast further than a quarter mile. I will not stand here and say that I think that those concerns need to be pushed aside so that we can wait for data. If that is the will of the commission and the legislature, that's fine. I respect that. But I also believe that's a separate conversation from this specific notice of intent that's being discussed today, which would be a quarter mile, which is opposed by our sector. Just so if that's a little bit more
Commissioner
clarification
McPherson?
on my answer there. Thank you.
Gotcha.
So your protection, so your statement is you'd rather have no protection than this protection?
Could you provide more data on what protection we're talking about
Well,
here?
if this doesn't pass, what do you have? What do you have off the coast of Grand Isle if this NOI
We have
would
a
go through?
handshake agreement that had been in place, which
Well, we got one
we have
comment
received
that
reports
said that's
hasn't
not
always,
working.
right, which we have received reports has always been. So you're asking me to now speak on behalf of a giant
No,
coalition.
you're the one at the table. I'm asking you your thoughts. What protection, if this doesn't pass, what protection will you currently have? A handshake agreement, you said that we've got anecdotally, at least, it's not being followed, that we don't
believe-
have any enforcement for.
We believe this is less than a half measure toward getting
Well,
where
where's your
this
whole
issue
measure?
needs
I
to
mean,
be.
this is an NOI. It can be amended at any point in the process. Are you here advocating against a proposal that would allow protection? Are you here suggesting that the NOI ought to be stronger and afford more protection?
I would certainly be in favor of a stronger and more proposal, a stronger
But you
NOI.
didn't testify that. I had to drag that out of it. But
But-
thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Cresson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good to see all of you. My name is David Cresson. I'm the Executive Director of the Coastal Conservation Association of Louisiana, 12241 Industrialplex here in Baton Rouge. I'm here representing our members here in Louisiana and our coalition partners consisting of statewide, national fishing and conservation organizations. We submitted written testimony earlier this week, and I'm here to ask you to vote no to this item. There is no support for this proposal from anyone I've spoken to on either side of the aisle. And I do believe that its passage will impede sort of the good faith effort that we have going with these studies that are coming, et cetera. So again, I would ask you respectfully to vote no to this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McPherson.
Mr. Cresson, first, let me
Sure.
say that I think that y'all's organization does a tremendous amount of good. You know,
Thank you.
y'all are great advocates for sport
Appreciate that.
fishing in the state as well as CCA overall.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I guess I'm gonna ask you personally, not as your organization, because your testimony is on behalf of your organization.
Right.
I have understood, and despite what Mr. Corville said, I am poor and I can't go to Saskatchewan. And I need gas money to get home. But I don't think that you'd be willing to bet me on whether or not y'all's position would change if that study comes back and shows that the incidental bycatch is any different than what the previous study shown, that it's not higher than the mandated legal limits of bycatch. Would that be a correct statement?
I need
Or
to,
was that
I need to
too
navigate
confusing?
your question a little bit there and make sure I understand what you're asking me. Are you saying
Do
that
you
if,
think the
if,
study is going to come back with any significant deviations from what the previous studies
I really
have come
don't.
back with? That's what I thought.
No,
your
sir,
answer
I
would
don't.
be, Being
And,
honest.
you know, it's,
And that's why the previous speaker had to and hedge his
Sure.
bet too.
yeah.
But
I
we're spending $1
understand.
million.
Right, but just so you know, I've met with the department, I've met with the secretary, I've met with the industry. Even since the last time this commission met. And I've indicated to them that I thought in addition to, and maybe even more importantly than a bycatch study, it was important that some of these dollars be dedicated towards developing a more holistic way of managing this fish that not only takes into effect or into account the health of the menhaden stock itself, which we all agree is healthy. You've never heard CCA say that it's not, but also how that fish is utilized by the rest of the entire ecosystem and what effects this harvest might have on it. And so I will tell you that we have made progress recently. The last year's been bloody. Nobody would deny that. But over the last couple of months, through these discussions, we feel comfortable. Of course, the storm probably caused a little delay in some of the progress here, and we're comfortable with that as well. That if we move forward at the pace that we feel like we will, the studies will happen, that the development of a more holistic plan will come to pass. And if all of those things do take place as we think they will, then we would be happy to wait for those results before other things come to pass. Now, there's a lot of time between now and when that can happen.
What, I hadn't heard that. What would you hope that holistic approach would be, and what would you do?
Yeah, I'd
as
probably
far
have
as
to
the-
let Jason come describe what I'm talking about, but in other parts of the country, and again, this is something I've testified to numerous times at the state legislature. In other parts of the country, they've begun developing and utilizing what's called ecosystem-based management for this particular fish and for other forage fish too. And again, it's a style of management that takes it into account, not just the fish itself, but everything that eats that fish, everything that relies on that fish, habitat effects from that fish and from harvesting that fish. So it really is a much more up-to-date, more, what's the word I'm looking for? More appropriate way to manage these fish that are so important to so many other parts of our ecosystem. And so that in mind, it's part of why we don't think that this action today would be a good idea. I think it would impede some of that. And we would be willing to work together with the department and with the industry themselves on trying to develop what all of that means.
Well, the department, I think, and this commission is going to always recognize y'all as valuable partners, and we're always going to be willing to work with you.
Sure.
But this is just trying to regulate user conflicts. You seem to agree it's not as much about the resource. And I don't know what that holistic approach is and the ecosystems and all.
Yeah.
Because it hadn't been put before us and it hadn't been debated in this forum. But neither this NOI or the legislation that came up last year dealt with that, did it? It just dealt with a buffer zone, correct?
So the legislation from the spring by Representative Ogeron did not deal with holistic management approaches. It was strictly a buffer zone. And at the time, when there was no other end in sight, it was a reasonable approach. And if the end we think we see in sight ends up not coming to fruition, then it might become a reasonable approach again. But I will comment on something you just said. Again, this has never been a user conflict issue for CCA. I think I testified to that a year ago, and I want to restate that again. That is not what this is about. It is a resource issue, and I believe that the studies and the development of this new management style will help allay the fears we might have about the resource. We also very much recognize that these studies and these new styles of management might show that there is no problem with the resource. And if that's the case, that'll be the best science available telling us that, and we'd be happy to abide by where it goes from there.
But I want you to appreciate that the comments that we've gotten and probably some of the testimony that we heard before you and before is more user conflict. I don't want to be out there, you know, they're catching all the fish off the beaches, you know, and that's bycatch. That's different. And I think your approach is probably better and more reasoned, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I hope you realize that at any time those studies are done, and they provide scientific data that the department can make recommendations to this commission on, we're going to be looking at that and certainly reacting to that.
Sure. And if it's based on the very best science that we can get our hands on, then we would certainly abide
Well,
by
we
that
got
as
to
well.
work with what's before us now. We only have funding for one study. It's a bycatch study.
Yeah.
And
Well, again, we're working
you
through
agree
that.
with my thoughts and with what I think. Where'd Jason go? He's hiding behind the post again on me. Down there trying to figure metric against inches and stuff. But we all agree that this $1 million is probably going to be a fruitless study as far as coming up with any deviations from the prior study.
Well, you know, it depends on what you consider fruitless. If it's that it gives you similar results to what you've seen before, then okay. But it certainly will be a more updated study. I'm certain they would use the very.
I'm not opposed to it. I just think we could probably use $1 million.
Well, and depending on how they do the study, how they, how they treat bycatch that's left in the water as opposed to what's brought in the boat, that would all be left up to the scientists and whoever promulgates the study. But certainly feel like it would give us some good new information. But I agree with you that it is not the end game here. The end game would be a better way to manage.
I'm going to ask you the same question. I mean, there's nothing in place today. Why wouldn't you want to see this buffer to protect the most sensitive areas? Grand Isle, Elmer's Island, Fouchon area. Why wouldn't you want to see that in place, especially with the ability of the NOI process and the way it works is similar to the legislative process and what you went through there.
Well, if you're talking about the 1 mile off of Elmer's and Grand Isle, I did notice that the map that you had up there, I don't think included any special protections for Breton Sound, but nonetheless, unless I heard
it does, doesn't it?
Unless I heard
The buffer goes around the double rig line.
it does. Okay.
1 mile, 3 mile one.
So
It basically codifies and gives some teeth to the handshake agreement.
Look, 1 mile, 3 miles, 1 mile. They abide by that anyway, for the most part. So
Some of the comments we got said that they aren't.
and there's video that would abide by it. But so, are those bad things? No, they're not bad things. But I think it leaves out parts of the coast that are equally as important when it comes to the resource itself. And I think the 1/4 mile, especially here, would, in places where they otherwise have been fishing, would certainly skew any studies or management approaches.
I did address that, and I appreciate Mr. Banks speaking to that. I think they've worked to where they feel like they can do the study without it being skewed with the buffer zone in effect. You want to address that, Jason? So that's on the public record.
Sure. To that point, any study we design, even if there would be a restriction in place, the fishery, we would work out that they could operate in that area, so we get that data.
Okay, I just want that, because we had listened to you that and tried to make sure that wouldn't be a problem.
Very good.
Okay.
Again, what is your opposition to having something in place while you're hoping for something better to come down the line?
I think that this was a negotiation over the course of a year. This was a solution that was not agreed upon by all groups. I think that there is maybe a notion that by putting this in today, it puts this whole thing to bed. And I do think that it will create more user conflict than it will solve. And that's a really important piece here, not for us, not for CCA, but for the general public.
How do you feel like it'll create greater user conflict?
I think it will be seen as, again, forgive me, I think it'll be seen by as a bit of an insult by some on the recreational community that were never in favor of a quarter mile, and others. So
Okay, I still don't see why a part isn't better than none. I mean, if you got the protection in the sensitive areas, you know, Grand Isle where you have all the heavy recreational fishing and all, and the quarter mile elsewhere where you don't have as much population, as much access and the rest of it.
Yeah. Well, that'll be up to the commission.
But I mean, basically, we're doing as a commission, you know, number one, I don't like, and I'm on record, it's all archived, right, Kevin? They tape everything over there. They catch you saying something and they write editorials about it and stuff. But when I was chairman of the Natural Resources, I kind of argued against my position. I said the legislature shouldn't be dealing with wildlife and fisheries issues. There's a constitutionally mandated organization, being this group, that ought to be handling those things. When we had this basic NOI before this body, before there was 2 bills filed. Well, we're not dummies. We recognized if either of those bills passed, then it would take precedence or would have more weight than anything that we would have in place. So we waited. Those bills didn't pass. Now we're hearing there's more bills that are going to be introduced. No idea, you know, maybe y'all, you gotta.
I'm not aware of them.
Yeah, I'm just listening to
Yeah.
Mr. Reynolds, who's.
Listen, we
who's
all
got
hear
closer contacts. with
We
the
all hear
legislature
rumors.
Than I
But,
do.
the only other thing I'll add to that is I do think an attitude and a perception of cooperation moving forward through these studies and through the development of this plan could help.
Yeah.
Could help solve some of that.
Yeah, well, anything that happens, well, we'll be sensitive to that and we can react to that, you know, while this protection would be in place. I do want to thank you, though. There's 4 former legislators in the room, which is way too many.
Yeah, okay. Sure
But,
is.
is Jack back here? But at least I've appreciated your attitude and the way you conduct yourself. I'm just complimenting you personally. And I never heard you call the legislature a bunch of scum sucking bottom feeders.
No, I've heard that story, but it wasn't me. So,
I remember very well who it was.
yes, sir.
David,
Yes.
you know, I know you know it's saying, when the law is with you, argue the law. When the facts are with you, argue the facts. I'm kind of hearing, I mean, way back when this started, I felt like it was a user conflict issue. A lot of you folks talk about user conflict, but at that time, y'all framed it as a bycatch issue. You know, you're killing redfish, killing trout. Let me take out y'all. It was framed.
Yeah, thank you.
It was framed as a bycatch issue.
Yes.
Now I'm kind of hearing, not necessarily from you, we don't care what the bycatch study shows, because we really know there's not a bycatch problem. We're going to frame it now as an ecosystem issue, because we know we could get it handed to us on the bycatch. So the goalposts keep changing. I was fine with the bycatch study until just now when I hear you say, we already know what that's going to say and it's not going to support our position because. So now I don't want to waste $1 million. If you're going to say, we don't care what it says, we're still pressing forward, we'll just find another reason to attribute it to ecosystem. Because it's really about, we don't want the pogie boats fishing where we fish.
Yeah.
Dave, I have a lot of respect for you. You're doing your job. One of your jobs is to frame the issue so that you can get what you want. You know, and to say, if we can't have what we want, we don't want anything. That's a little problematic too.
Did I say that, Commissioner?
Well, you said when Joe kept asking, what's the matter with just having this? Basically, we don't want this. We don't want this quarter mile buffer. It's gonna make the situation worse because our people, it's gonna increase user conflict because our people are gonna feel like it's an insult. I think that's what you said.
Mhm.
Okay. Because it really is about user conflict. But our job is to protect all the resources, whether it's trout or redfish or the pogies,
Mhm.
and to follow the signs.
Right.
And again, we already said we could do the study, but I may want to backtrack because if the position of one of the stakeholders is, we don't care what the study says, and I'm getting you on that, Patrick. And I understand maybe y'all talking about making the study bigger than I figured y'all would, than what we had intended, to try to give them a way to get what they want or to get the data they're hoping for. But I don't think there's any reason at this moment, in terms of the science or the resource, to have any limit. However, in the very little spirit of compromise that I have, I would think 1 mile, what's that? Elmer's Island to Grand Isle, 3 miles Grand Isle, and 1 mile that other way, would be sufficient for now, which would expire 12 months after the report is presented to the commission. I think that'd be sufficient. And I know y'all saying if we can, we don't want anything. But anyway, I would hope somebody would make a substitute motion to that effect. It's the change of position.
Yeah, may
David.
may
We
I-
didn't hear ecosystem before. We heard bycatch.
Yeah, may I address that?
You may,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So we've testified numerous times on that since the last time we testified in this room. House Natural Resources Committee, Senate Natural Resources Committee, numerous times. And if, I don't believe any of you there, we said exactly that bycatch is not the end all be all. And I don't think you ever heard me stand up here and testify to that effect last year either. The fact is that the ecosystem-based management plan is what will give us the best information in regards to bycatch. A bycatch study is certainly part of getting there. And so it is important that one is done. But again, I don't believe I've moved the goalpost. I just, respectfully, we have always stood by the fact that bycatch was not the biggest problem, that user conflict was not the biggest problem. The fact that we don't understand the impacts of this fishery is the biggest problem, and all of these things can help us find that. So again, I respectfully, I don't believe we've moved that goalpost, but there's been a lot of people up here testifying. They think a lot of different things, for sure.
Thank you, Dan.
Just one last, there's nothing in this proposal that would hurt what you're talking about as far as the ecosystem. It's just going back to the human conflict issue, but there's nothing in here
That would hurt
that would do
anything?
anything except advance what you're talking about as far as the ecosystem.
Again, you'd have to get into the science of what change in regulations would do to a study, but no, I can't.
And
think of
that's
any
why I
reason
got
why.
them to answer that.
Yeah, but I do think you run into other concerns if this were to pass in the way it's written right now. Just there's a spirit of cooperation that has been developed over the last few months, and I think this would put that at risk. That's just my honest opinion.
Who is that spirit of cooperation?
Between us and the industry, us and the department, and just being as
With the
straightforward as I
man-made
can.
Industry as well as the recreational industry.
Yes, Sure, absolutely.
I'd like to.
Just so you know, we talk to those guys all the time. We have a good relationship with them. We don't agree on certain things, but we don't have an animus relationship with them. We met all the time, and the ones I've talked to from this industry don't like this proposal either, but I can't speak for them, except for the ones I've talked to. Yes.
When you met with the industry,
Mhm.
y'all hammered out potentially an agreement, and then you went back to your organization who said no. So
No, I know that it was relayed to you that way. We never had any agreement.
Okay.
We were made an
All right.
offer. We came back and said, no, thank you. And
okay.
That's
all
it.
right. Thank you,
Sure, thank you.
Dave. Mr. Cattell, Francois Cattell with sir. Nope, waves it, and Ben Landry with Omega Protein. Ocean Harvest.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Ben Landry. I represent Ocean Harvesters, which is the Menhaden fleet, and Omega Protein, which is the company that processes menhaden into fish meal and oil. Address is 103 Tazewell Trail, Lafayette, Louisiana. I'm here to, I guess, sort through this with you all. We're supportive of the NOI. We do think that it has always been a goodwill step to work with the recreational fishing community. The more that we have gotten into this, I don't suspect that goodwill is being accepted. In fact, it's been seen as an insult, which I personally am insulted by. But you're right. I've spoken to this board a handful of times. I was grilled the first time I came up here last June or 2 Junes ago on user conflict issues, fishing too close to the shore. We have all these videos, we have this, and then I addressed you guys again in November, and the issue was bycatch, redfish, speckled trout, all this stuff. And now I'm hearing that none of those were the issue at the time. It's always been about the ecosystem. Now, I'm sure you're aware, Omega Protein or Ocean Harvesters also operates a menhaden facility on the East Coast in Reedville, Virginia. And we went through a 9-year process called ecosystem-based management that was passed last fall. It started in the fall of 2011 with a vote that said we're going to use ecosystem-based concepts as we develop fisheries management. And that finally came to fruition last fall. 9 years. So that requires multiple menhaden stock assessments and stock assessments for what are seen as the key predators. On the Gulf Coast, there's not a one single predator of menhaden like there is on the East Coast. So it even makes it a little bit more challenging because you have to add in now new assessments for all these predators. So when I hear Commissioner Reynolds say, who I believe to be 100%, 1000% factual, that legislators are already gearing up legislation, it doesn't appear that we're going to wait for sound ecosystem management or sound bycatch. It's just, if we can get something on you, we're going to get something on you. We're going to throw as many things against the wall as possible. So I believe that this 1/4 mile buffer, which originally I think was a sound proposal, still is sound proposal, which was meant as a cooperative endeavor with, or a cooperative measure from the industry. It doesn't seem like it's being accepted. So we still support it. I would point out that the double rig line is imaginary at this point. I mean, the point-to-point lines that were once there have now eroded. So now it's an imaginary line. So now we're going 1/4 mile past that. That's something that if this NOI moves forward, I'd like to see some discussion on. But they're my comments. I'm kind of at a loss because I think having something on the books as opposed to nothing seems like progress, but I guess that's not a universally accepted position.
Commissioner McPherson.
Just briefly, we're way overdue here for lunch. What you did in Virginia, the sustainability or whatever that was, y'all, that's some kind of national standard or something that you practice under?
Sure. So I believe you're talking about the Marine Stewardship Council.
Yeah, that may be it. I
Yes.
think I'd heard that in one of the previous hearings.
Right. So it's international standards that are extraordinarily rigorous. And we applied in 2017, a number of audits. In fact, we're coming up on our recertification, not to jump the shark, but we did get the recertification. We got the additional certification in the Gulf in the fall of 2019, as well as the Atlantic. And now we're in the process of recertifying, but it's the strictest sustainability certification the world has. And both Atlantic and Gulf Menhaden are currently certified as sustainable.
Okay. I like your point. Here we want to wait on some undefined, unmandated, unfunded group of studies. But if the legislature gives them what they want, they don't need any of that. That was a good point. I like that.
Just an observation. I'm not sure that that's exactly how it.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Landry.
All we're doing is basically codifying the agreement y'all made with the mayor of Grand Isle, the 1 mile, 3 mile, and we're putting another thing on you, the 1/4 mile coastwide.
Yeah, and that's a position that we as the industry had reached during negotiations, I guess, last spring. And so, yeah, this has kind of been a standing offer.
And I think I beat you up on one of the first meetings about you saying that you couldn't control your captains, when they happened to go inside, and violated that agreement and all. But the colonel over there could tell the captain when they go across that line.
That's right. A tongue lashing for me
it's
does
putting
not hold the
it's putting
same
some
weight.
teeth in the handshake.
Absolutely.
You can bite the hand.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landry. Okay, is there a motion anymore?
I move to accept the NOI as proposed.
Andrew, okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further comment? Hearing none.
Roll call.
Who said roll call?
Me.
Huh? Yes, sir.
Roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Coming up.
One thing.
Okay, go ahead.
One thing, I just wanted to say that I have spoken to a few legislators about this, and I assured them that there will be a study, that it will be a strong study as we have been promised by them. The only thing that I would say is that we get this done as soon as we possibly can and not wait. So part of this motion will be to request that the office that we have to talk to gets this done immediately. Notify them today. Okay.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
If we put this NOI in place, we're doing what we said we would do when we had basically the same NOI. And the legislation was filed and we said, well, we know, we'll back off of it and see what the legislature does. The legislature did 0 on the issue. I don't know if they'll be more successful next time, but I don't want to wait to see.
Well, this is our job.
Yeah, this is our thing. I would rather the legislature would allow us to do our constitutional authority. And if the legislature doesn't allow us to exercise our constitutional authority and they pass something, then all of this will be to moot. But if they don't, if they fail again, you're not going down, kicking the can down the road with that same argument forever and ever.
Yes. Okay. Ms. Susan?
Bill Hogan,
No.
Guthrie,
No.
Joe McPherson,
Yes.
yes. Andrew Blanchard.
Yes.
Yes. Allison Terry,
Yes.
Gene Reynolds.
No,
No. We have a comment to Madam Chair.
Oh, this is hot spot. I vote yes.
4 votes in favor and 3 votes opposed.
Thank you. All right, and in terms of any other comments?
Madam Chair, you still have okay, I didn't know if you wanted to handle item number 10, which was laid on the table prior to receiving public comments generally.
I thought we were like putting off to next meeting or something.
The discussion, as I understood it, was you laid it on the table so that it could be acted upon this meeting.
This meeting, we can't kick it to next meeting?
You want to do 75-25 and be through with it?
How about 79-21?
Oh, guys,
I'll make a motion that we bring it back up.
right now,
I'll second that.
do you know which way Dusty's going? He must, okay,
I may be going with my friend.
all right,
79-21.
let's,
75-25.
okay, it's motion, we bring item 10 back up from the table. Do I have a second? Second, all in favor? Aye, okay, item 10, do we have a motion?
Madam Chairman, you have a main motion where you left off, which was 100% to Ducks Unlimited. Keep in mind that you've gone through 3 substitute motions and disposed of those.
Yes,
If-
sir.
If anybody wants to tread down that road again, it would require a motion to reconsider from a party who did not vote with the prevailing side. So that is where we stand procedurally.
Gotcha.
I would make a motion to split it 75% DU, 25% Delta Waterfowl.
We already voted on that one, right?
Yeah, so it would have to be a motion to reconsider on that
Correct.
motion.
You are.
In which
No,
case,
we already voted on all of those. It would be a new motion.
no, you did
Since we
because.
did vote, it would have to be a motion to reconsider.
That's correct. And because Commissioner McPherson did not vote on the prevailing side of that, it would not be proper for him to bring that motion. It would have to be Commissioner Hogan or Commissioner Reynolds to bring the 75-25.
I
For
thought you said you not on the, I thought you said not on the prevailing side.
Sorry, I misspoke if that was the case. It has to be someone on the prevailing side would have to bring it up for reconsideration.
But we had Bill, let's resolve this.
I make a substitute motion or reconsider 75-25. That's
What?
unlimited. So,
You're making a motion to reconsider the 75-25 proposal. Is that correct? Seconded by Commissioner Sunseri. Do y'all want another roll call?
No, all in favor,
Hmm,
all in favor.
all in favor?
Aye.
Bada bing, bada boom. Motion carries. All right, we have public comments. Mr. Corville wants to discuss the licensing staff.
I wanted to, there's been a lot of beating up going on today, but I wanted to offer some public comments that were positive. The licensing staff, and I wanted to commend the licensing staff and their supervisors and their entire team. They were under the watchful eye of Miss Rayburn, who did an outstanding job for an incredible number of years, and I wish to congratulate her on her retirement. But I had a positive, an extraordinarily positive experience with the new director of that program and its staff, and all of those folks should be commended. Licensing Louisiana hunters and fishermen is a challenge, particularly in the wake of the license restructuring bill. And all of those folks in that department, including their supervisors, develop an incredible word of thanks and gratitude because they sure make it easy in a very challenging, complicated scenario. So I just wanted to take an opportunity and thank all those folks on myself personally, and likely many other folks that they've helped many times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corville. And Mr. Carville wants to discuss the crappie limit change.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Secretary. I'll make this as brief as possible because I know y'all gone way over. I had no other choice but to come here. I couldn't get any information from the front desk and phone calls just went unanswered. What I want to do is I have a proposal here to reduce the creel limits or the size of crappie takes in the state of Louisiana, basically from Texas to Louisiana, south of I-10, 12, like that. Texas has a creel limit and a size limit. So does Arkansas, so does the state of Mississippi. The thing is, I've been fishing for this fish for a long, long time. I'm not the best, I'm not the baddest, nothing like that, but I'm out there a lot and I witness a lot of fish being caught like this. I mean, if it hits the hook, it's dead. 4 or 5 inch fish, people have no regard for or respect for the resource. In time, this is going to bite us. It won't be any time near, but it'll eventually in the future may come to hurt the overall population. I know they're prolific breeders. They put a lot of stock back in, but it does take time for these fish to grow. If we went to a 35, or I'm giving this proposal as an open end. I'm not trying to say what it will be the law, but if we went to a 35 fish limit per person, there's a lot of fish that are not being caught. Also, the people that are catching the fish may say, well, I don't want to keep this little fish. Let me throw him back. Let me try for a bigger fish. I did not know where to start. I have something typed up here. I'll give you my name and address. Again, it's John Carville, 10253 Hilliard Avenue, Baton Rouge, 70809. If you would just point me in the direction of where to start with this, maybe we can come back with something, or that the secretary's people can come up with a recommendation. That's all I'm.
Yes, sir. And I believe we have a freshwater fish biologist person. And before we impose limits, we like to figure out, do we need a limit?
Exactly.
And the benefits, et cetera. So if you just hang on right after the meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Banks will put you in touch with, or give you the name of the right person who will certainly listen to what you have to say. We appreciate your interest in the subject and you're taking the time to come here to protect the resource, and we'll go down the road with it. And then I would request that at some point it be put on the agenda, whatever the result is. Do we need a limit? Do we not need a limit? That it be put on the agenda so we'll be made aware.
Yes, ma'am. And I appreciate that. I'll just go sit over there and at the end.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Any further public comment? Meeting's adjourned.